travelers and radio renegades. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting loud and proud from the Passport Studios in New Orleans with your host and high-octane co-pilot, Jimmy Mack.
All in one breath. All in one breath. Nicely done. Madison with a T. Cross that T, dot that I. Everybody buckle up. By the way, Joe J says, morning, everyone. Got rid of some steel in Norfolk, Nebraska. Now waiting to reload over in Michigan. Hashtag RGR. Bruce Almighty says. Ben says, good morning. Earl and Joan Noble say, good morning, family. And Steve says, grab a cup of Joe and hit the road and stay safe, road gang. Our good friend Brad Bentley is over there as well, too. Good morning, all. I dropped by the studio earlier and know that Jimmy Mack, Dre, and Madison are ready to deliver another amazing show today. We absolutely are. And Lindsay is locked and loaded for later. The Paranormal Pie Man is listening. By the way, if you're facing yourself on the Book of Face, if you're tubing yourself on the tube of you, if you have made your way to Odyssey and you have the audacity to keep listening, if you've gone to RadioNemo.com and clicked that 365 button, you're in the game. And by the way, give your heart to iHeart and keep on rolling along with us on Road Gang Radio. It's Wednesday, the last time I checked. It is the 16th of July. We're going to be heading into next week on the 23rd, next Wednesday. Our good friend Marshall Platter is going to be here. Our good friend Diver Driver is going to be here. Are you going to be here? Are you going to make your way over to the Crescent City, over here at the Passport Studio? By the way, you should go to passport.com. They are actually giving veterans' lives purpose. They are finding apprenticeship programs, and they are finding work programs to give people who have served this country a chance to give something back in a way they are qualified to do. Speaking of that, by the way, on the Recruiter Roundtable this morning, our good friend John Fry, a genuinely great American. He's been in the trucking industry a long time. He's going to talk about his own experiences with recruiting, but also a trip he took to Vietnam just a couple of years ago that I got a chance to welcome him home to over in the Sirius XM studios over in Los Angeles. I will no longer declare my moratorium on a particular platform. It is over. I can say such things. We have moved into broad sunlit uplands as our numbers continue to grow. If you've got friends and family out there, and I'm speaking about the Nobles, of course, who love to refer to us as family, happy to take that moniker from you guys. If, in fact, you've got friends and family who are looking for an alternative to what usually goes on trucking radio, we are, in fact, the place you want to be and the people with whom you want to be with. At 615-292-6366. What you got going on, Maddie with a T?
I just wanted to mention she's not a trucker, but my mom is listening right now. So I'm going to say, hi, Mom.
Well, everybody, by the way, give Maddie Mom.
Maddie Mom.
Maddie
Her name
Mom.
is Misty.
Misty Maddie Mom. We're packing our bags for the Misty Mountains with Maddie Mom. Give her all a big hello out there on all the platforms you are listening to, or give us a call, as I said before. By the way, 615-292-6366. Madison, do you know what the last 4 digits actually spell?
Is it Nemo?
You got it. Yeah, well done. Phone Master Dre is in the house as well. Good to have everybody there. Chris says, good morning, everyone. Waiting to unload in Rock Island. Chowda. Good morning, all. Just getting up. Chowda Dragon today. I do love the fact, and guys, please keep doing this, by the way, on the chat. Keep letting us know where you are, where you're going, what you're doing. Give us those handles. Give us those realities. Tell us what you're pulling if you can tell us what you're pulling. If you can't tell us what you're pulling, keep it to yourself. Seriously. The last Revel is going to be here this morning. When Lindsay joins us for the second half of the show today, the last Revel is going to join us. And let me tell you something, man. Their new album comes out on the 18th. Hold on, man. When I tell you they got back together after a little bit of a hiatus, after, some rough and tumble times on the road, their new album, it's got a couple of singles out as well on all the platforms where you get your music. The songs Solid Gone and Go On are as good a music as I have heard. And that's my bag. Got some bluegrass. It's bluegrass music. It's that up-tempo sort of, soulful sort of. By the way, if 4Art's listening, I know you are, my friend. If, in fact, you're listening, if, in fact, you're mixing up, let me just kind of say this really quickly. It's your kind of bag, man. It's all that Appalachia stuff. It's got that grit. I mean, when I say grit, I mean the actual definition of the word grit. It's got grit in it. You can hear it. You can hear the country roads. You can hear the dust in your mouth, although I don't know how you can hear something you can taste. Well, some people can, actually. John Fry is going to be here for Recruiter Roundtable. Of course, it's also another edition with the Braz. Robert Braswell will be here, lean and mean and on the scene. He'll be talking tech on Tech Talk. Tina Durborough, the Director of Transportation at Cecil College. She's been on Education Station on the previous platform. She will be joining us this morning. And then, of course, The Last Revel. And then friend of the show, Tony Mantor, is going to be arriving here on the scene. So can't wait to get him on the show. That's when Lindsay gets here from 9 to 11. I will be here with you from 7 to 9, talking about how you go about making a living. And our good friend the Turtle is alive and well and kicking over on YouTube, saying good morning to us all. Thanks for joining us, Tara. We always love having you. My friend, one of my oldest friends here, Dre and Turtle counted some of my oldest friends here at RadioNemo. There have been so many changes and so many realities, by the way. How was your morning, guys? I mean, Madison, what time did you get here? At 6:30? Mm-hmm. How was your morning?
It was great. I woke up. I made avocado toast. I took my dog out to pee and poop. Nice. Got dressed and came to work like usual.
I understand. I understand. A little morning constitution for the dog. A little morning constitution, the word from D.C. from our friend Eugene Malero, who you guys well know. He came on the show on Monday on Nemo Nation. He's one of our regular contributors. We just worked it out with Eugene. He's going to be dropping in on a monthly basis, once a month here on Nemo Nation. Chuck Grassley presses Senate to tackle cargo theft losses. That is the name of Eugene's story. The bill he's talking about would create DHS Center to coordinate anti-theft efforts. I got a chance to talk on John Maley's podcast, Stay in Your Lane. John Maley actually joined us last week, too, to talk a little bit about the explosive podcast that he put out. Explosive in content. It's rather measured in conversation, where he and Bob Costello really got in the weeds talking about the Trump administration is going to go after the Mexican drivers. I don't mean Mexican Americans. I don't mean Mexican by race. I mean they're going to go after drivers from Mexico who might be engaged in cabotage. As the capacity crisis continues, and it continues, guys, as Dean tried to tell you the other day, do not read into the little up blip on the 4th of July. Rates are supposed to do that on the 4th of July. They're going to come back down. They're already coming back down. So the administration, because, very few administrations can actually control the economy, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it as easy as possible for people who are their voting constituency as well, but also the reason why we all get stuff and goods. They're trying to make things as easy as possible. And one of the ways that the administration is trying, and a number of people on bipartisan basis are trying, is they're trying to remove all the obstacles that are in your way, and one of them is a lot of theft. There's a lot of theft going on in the exurban and rural areas. So the leader of the Senate Judiciary Committee recently called on colleagues to approve legislation which is designed to reduce cargo theft nationwide. July 15th is when this happened, which means it happened yesterday. Senator Chuck Grassley, you guys know him, of Iowa. He actually, when God said, let there be light, Grassley hit the switch. The influential chairman of the panel listed myriad benefits linked to an enhanced congressional response that would boost federal agencies' response to this growing concern throughout the freight sector. Grassley, for those of you who don't know, is the co-lead sponsor of the bipartisan Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, addressing industry leaders and experts. This is what the chairman emphasized. Criminal action must be met with criminal punishment. Federal coordination is needed to share information, promote collaborative investigations, and fully address this sweeping, cross-jurisdictional crime that impacts all Americans. Specifically, what the bill is going to do, guys, is establish an organized retail and supply chain crime coordination center at DHS. The center would be tasked with, and here's the quote, coordinating federal law enforcement activities related to organized retail and supply chain crime, including investigations of national and transnational criminal organizations that are engaged in organized retail and supply chain crime. Basically, what they're doing is they're going after the mob, both the local mob and the national mob that are engaged in hijacking both in the real world and in cyber criminality. That's what they're doing. The idea is to bring it under all one kind of, giant umbrella. Large criminal organizations, and this, by the way, is Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Democrat of Nevada, who is the co-sponsor of the bill, a member of the Finance Committee. She is the lead co-sponsor. Large criminal organizations are constantly evolving their tactics to steal goods from retailers in the supply chain and communities across the Silver State. I'm talking about all of this, guys, by the way, because you'll notice over the last couple of weeks a pattern is developing. Ben Wilkins has come in a lot here. Beardo, as we call him, a man of an astounding beard. Dre, your beard is good. It's just not as good as Ben Wilkins.
Ouch.
My beard, no, it's it's a true statement, right? I mean, we're not being like, look, I don't know, I've seen Ben. Ben isn't the strapping presence that Dre is, but I mean, you got to respect the beard.
Respect the beard.
It's the only person I know. There's a guy that I know out in Washington D.C. named Bruce, who's got a stash and a beard that are the rival of Wilkins.
I think it's so great when people start to do the handlebar.
Oh, that's what Bruce does.
I'm like, you're a fun guy.
and it's like, and here's the thing: there are people who try to do the stash, can't, and a mustache by itself is a tough racket, man.
Yeah.
Because you know what you have to make a mustache work, right?
What?
You either have to have a really square jaw, or you have to be gay.
Yeah.
Or run a circus.
Yeah. I will say that, like...
Wait a second. So if we find a square jaw guy who runs a circus and is gay, it's like it should be the most perfect mustache of all time.
He would be my best friend.
Oh, yeah.
I know a guy. I will say
I
that...
can get a guy. I mean,
In my generation, mustaches are back. Boys with mustaches are deemed, like, hot nowadays. Like, tattooed mustached boys are the thing.
Mustachio. Well, the thing is, though, so I'm just going to point out something. So we said square jaw, right? Number one. Number two, we said owns a circus, right? And number three said was gay. People miss Freddie Mercury a lot, don't they?
Oh, I'm just saying. Every day.
I'm just saying, man. He ran his own little circus. Queen was a circus, dude. I'm just telling you.
What did you think of Bohemian Rhapsody?
It's okay. The problem is the fact that, very sidebar, because we're talking about trucking this morning. My problem is, as much as I like him as a performer, the actor who played him, Freddie Mercury was 6'5". He was a giant. And by the way, he didn't even know he was sick at Live Aid.
Yeah, I do remember reading about that.
He didn't know that at all, man. Yep. He had no idea he was sick at Live Aid. I mean, what he went through was terrible, and we have since changed the world in regards to how we respond to AIDS. He had no idea. He just having the time of his life, man. And that's the thing, too, is that, have you ever seen the actual concert?
Yes.
It's have you ever watched people react to that actual concert?
Yeah,
it was insane. I saw that live with my uncle, not at the stadium. That had been insane. At Wembley Stadium. It would have been nuts. I remember, I thought at the time it was the second best act of the day. I thought Eric Clapton at RFK was even better.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of good acts, I would just like to point out that the halftime show that I just got to work on for the Super Bowl just got nominated for an Emmy. So by default, I technically was also nominated for an Emmy.
No, that's not acceptable. I'm not.
Emmy nominated.
I'm just going to say straight up, I'm not going with that. I'm not making that happen. Paul says good morning. Good morning to you, Paul. Our friend Chowder continues to contribute. He says sailboat fuel hauling this morning to Mackenzie, North Dakota, and then off to Gillette, Wyoming to Menards. Well done, sir. And the Beach Bum says good morning, Road Gang from Salt Lake City. Good morning to you all. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to have a little pledge, a little national anthem, then followed by a good word from Pastor John. Really quickly, I'm going to keep repeating this, guys. I feel like I've given you a mission. I've given you some nefarious missions, and that's pretty cool. But I've also given you some righteous missions. And the nefarious missions, you guys seem to be willing to make a lot of mischief. But I'm giving you something really positive here. Listen. If you got a group of kids, Little League baseball team, an art class you teach, a lot of grandkids, a lot of first cousins who are all younger than you, anything like that where you can get a group of kids together and you can record them saying don't do that. That'd be long and painful. The Pledge of Allegiance. If you can get a nice recording of a bunch of kids saying the Pledge of Allegiance, tell us who they are and where they're saying it from, we'll play it on the air. Be a heck of a way to start the morning. It doesn't take that much to clean up even the worst possible recording when it's that short and that concise. With that in mind, continue to enjoy these particular kids saying the pledge, enjoy Lindsay Lawler singing the national anthem, and then take a sip of coffee and join our good friend, Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, it is the middle of the week. And I'm excited. I'm gonna tell you why. I told y'all I got this new calendar, and it pops up all these little things. And the new calendar for the day says today is Parents' Day. It says today is Parents' Day. So I want to tell you to thank God for your parents. Pray for your parents. And if your parents are not here, they're going to be with the Lord, then you ought to praise God that your parents allowed you to make it into this world. So let's look at something very powerful found in Isaiah 26, verse 3. It says that you keep him. Now, when you see it starting off that way, you know there's some stability here. He said, you keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on you, because he trusts in you. I believe, that's just me, I believe with all my heart, the reason people are so unstable in this world is because their mind is fixed so much on the problem, so much on people, that they miss out on being, watch this, in an intimate relationship with the peace giver. A lot of God's children spend so much energy and time wanting to find peace through people, and God says, your peace is only found in me. So, hey, think about it. What do I need to do to get that peace? First and foremost, set your mind on him. God bless you, my brothers and sisters. Hang in there.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
You know what's really cool? What is outstanding and outrageous is the fact that our good friend Showtime has joined the chat. I'll talk about Joe's comment just in a second here. Thank you for that, Joe. But Showtime is in the house, and I want to let you know I'll be posting a picture in just a little bit here of his picture. Well, he sent me actually a sign. He sent me a sign, and that sign says, bellow it out, Dre. What does that sign say?
Oh, truck route!
Truck route, by the way, is right behind me, and it's next to a picture of Captain America, and just above that is a picture of Dr. John, and it's all around a clock that Dave uses to keep time. I don't need a clock to keep time. I have a great internal clock, as Dre can tell you. You know, I don't lose time. Matter of fact, time haunts me. He never leaves me. He stays with me. Want to give our good friend Joe J a shout out. I'll see if my teacher's kids will do it when they go back to school next month. I honestly don't know if they do the pledge in the morning like we did 35 years ago in school. I don't know it either. I know they do it at where my sister is the principal, but that's a parochial all-girls Catholic school. It's where Amy Comey Barrett went to high school, by the way, with my sister. A little inside information. They don't talk much anymore, but you know that would be kind of weird. You know, my sister principal at a high school giving Amy Comey Barrett a call. What's going on, man? What are you deciding today? I don't know. I put some kid in detention. Yeah, I decided the fate of the free world. It doesn't really compare. 615-292-6366. We want you to jump in the conversation and be a part of all that is happening today. I don't know if, in fact, kids still say the Pledge of Allegiance in school. When you were growing up, Madison, did you say the Pledge of Allegiance in school?
Yeah, they played it every morning.
They played it every morning,
Yep.
but you guys didn't say it, did you?
I'm trying to remember.
Did you say it in grammar school?
Yeah,
I realize
I
you
think-
just left grammar school, but
I am 24, Jimmy.
you just left.
That was a couple.
Well, I have to
couple
tell you,
years
when you
ago.
get to be my age, being 24 means you just left grammar
means
school.
I'm 12.
Means you're 12. Yeah, I mean conceptually.
But I do remember. I think as we got older, we kind of stopped like standing and saying it. I do remember being in elementary and like we would all stand up and like put our hands over our hearts and all of that. But I think in high school we all just stayed seated and somebody would say it over the announcements in the morning.
It's interesting because there's a movie that with Kathleen Turner called Peggy Sue Got Married, where she gets hit on the head and ends up being 16 again with a chance to do it all over again. And it's beautifully done. She doesn't change age. They don't have another actress play her. It's really well done what Coppola does. And it actually got Kathleen Turner a Best Actress nomination. But what's really fun is when they go back in time, they go back to her high school and they're all saying the Pledge of Allegiance again. Mm-hmm. And everybody's like, I pledge allegiance, except she's like got her hand over her heart and she is just like, I pledge allegiance.
Yeah, really earnest.
She's so excited to be back in high school and so excited for all that it means. It really is kind of cool. I sometimes miss it. I won't lie to you. I mean, as a little kid, you don't think about it now, but you realize how much of, we're talking about motor memory skills in trucking, the idea that at some point you have to know it to forget, you have to learn it to forget it to know it. You know what I'm saying? And I was thinking about this the other day with growing up 35, 40, 50 years ago. Every single person in my senior class can recite the preamble to the Constitution in high school. They could do it. Every single one. You know why?
Why?
We the people, in order to form a more perfect
Oh, yeah, the
union,
song.
establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, and the entire class broke into it. And at that moment, Father Roca said, don't tell me television doesn't have power. Radio does too. At
yeah.
615-292-6366. I want to go through the show again one more time to give you guys a sense of what's going on. Steve also says a lot of schools don't do it anymore because of today's society. I'd like to find out about that. I'd like to get some information. Bruce Almighty says, amen, Pastor. And our good friend, the Paranormal Pie Man, he's got my trailer. It's weighed out legal. Let's go. Off from Michigan to Wisconsin. Like to know where you guys are going. We're going to start off with our good friend John Fry on the Recruiter Roundtable. John, of course, is the business development manager over at Ancora, and we're looking to onboard them back onto the show in a little bit here as we get things going up to speed. By the way, you guys will both meet John Fry.
Nice.
Who is going to be coming here for the big party on the 23rd. Nice. Robert Braswell of TMC is going to be here for the longest running show on any of Radio Nemo's platforms, and that is Tech Talk with Robert Braswell. It's coming up immediately after that. It's also Education Station Day, which means Tina Durborough is going to be joining us. She's the director of transportation at Cecil College. And then, guys, I got to tell you, if you got a Spotify, if you got an iTunes, if you got someplace where you listen to the rock and roll or the bluegrass or the country or any other kind of music, you need to head over and get your hands on The Last Revel, R-E-V-E-L, The Last Revel. Not The Last Reveal, that's a burlesque show. I don't know if it is a burlesque show, but it sounds like one, doesn't it? Like the last one you'll ever need to see, like the one on Zebulon 5. The Last Revel is a bluegrass band who plays 1,000,000 miles an hour and moves your heart simultaneously. These guys are outstanding. What you got?
I was just curious because I was like, we say the Pledge of Allegiance. I wondered if it was something other countries do because I had never thought about that because we obviously have our own. And Google says that including us, it's also the Philippines, Singapore, India, Nigeria, Indonesia, and Japan are some of the major countries that have a Pledge of Allegiance, oath of loyalty, or patriotic anthem that students regularly recite at school.
Very nice, by the way. Very nice. You know what the British do? They get pub drunk and then beat somebody up and headbutt people on the concrete. That's what they do.
It's
exactly.
Tuesday, isn't it?
That's the worst accent I ever heard, and I love it. I'm really here for it.
See over the bar, you can drink.
By the way, the last revel will be here when our good friend Lindsay Lawler gets here. She's coming down for the big party. And Tony Mantor, friend of the show, is going to be joining us in the last hour as Road Gang Radio continues rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling its way down the road. Let me finish up this Eugene Malero story here real quickly. At the hearing that we're talking about Grassley and Cortez Masto, I don't know. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. I know how to say that, by the way. He's retiring, by the way. That seat will be opening. The panel's ranking member agreed, saying we have to open an honest discussion about the role of the federal government in reducing organized retail crime. By the way, even though John's going to be here, if you want to give us a call over the next half hour, if you've been the victim of either an actually in the real world hijacking or a misdirection cybersecurity hijacking, and you've been delivering retail, we'd love to hear from you. Donna Lem, Chief Strategy Officer at IMC Logistics, endorsed the bill that Grassley introduced, noting the significance of coordinating multi-jurisdictional law enforcement resources to dismantle criminal activity pertaining to cargo theft. Here's the last word before we hit the break. This is what Lem said while testifying on behalf of the ATA. By empowering federal agencies to take a leading role in the coordination of enforcement activities and providing law enforcement agencies with the tools necessary to tackle the increasingly complex crimes targeting our interstate and international supply chains. I don't think she said this off the cuff, by the way. The legislation effectively takes a stand against the growing threat of organized and sophisticated criminal networks. You dig? You hear where I'm coming from, by the way? And just a quick question. Does anybody have any concerns, though? Because anytime you start putting large law enforcement agencies all under one big umbrella, that sounds an awful lot like one big super police force. And the civil liberties people might take a moment of pause and have some concerns. If you do, we'd love to hear from you. If you don't, we'd love to hear from you. If you've been a victim of organized crime, we'd love to hear from you. We're sorry for you, but we love you. We'll take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. I'm assuming that I got a John Fry in the house, do I not? And John Fry will be joining us on the other side. Love my good friend. We'll get a chance to talk to him and really dig into all that kind of groovy stuff. I'm going to keep on pushing this, guys, by the way. I got to tell you, get yourself over to your favorite streaming service and download. The new album's out, by the way, on the 18th, The Last Revel. I'm talking about quality stuff here, guys. Have you ever heard me gush like this? It's not been since Benjamin Dakota Rogers that I've kind of gushed like this. Let's get these guys on. Let's get John Fry on. Let's take a break. Maddie with a T. Cross that T. Dot that I. Take me out. Starting now. See ya. Wouldn't want.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
And We are back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and roadgangradio.com. Jimmy Max back in the driver's seat.
I'm going to do a little test here just to make sure, because I'm picking on Madison, I'm picking on Dre here for a second. I'm doing all kinds of sound checks this morning. Anybody out there who actually heard who actually heard Madison on the radio just now, please let me know if you did. I didn't hear you through my headsets. I just want to make sure. I don't care, don't mind. I'm just like I said, we are actually in the midst of checking some stuff over here, guys, working out the kinks, working out the whistles and the pops and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, nobody makes more mistakes than I do. Good gosh almighty, Dave and I run into microphones, trip over wires. It's not a mistake, by the way. I just want to check, because we got some great quotes out there. Bruce Almighty is headed to Borgia, Texas Mart of Wall. Love that, the Texas Mart of Wall. I don't know why I like doing that so much. The flip-flop and the of. I don't know why I like it, but I like it. I love it. I love when other people do it too, by the way. Our good friend Joe is actually got some interesting things to say. He wants to defund the DOT. And Steve says, Joe, I agree with you. Chris says, nice job, Madison. I didn't know other countries did the same thing we did. When I was in school, we recited the pledge. By the way, you were heard loud and proud.
Yeah, it was my mistake.
Not your mistake at all. By the way, I figured you could be heard because I figured you could hear yourself in your own headsets. I mean, it's like I said, guys, we got this brand new spanking system. It ain't anything like we ever had over in Ocean Springs. It ain't nothing like it. And it's beautiful. And we'll take a picture of it.
Lots and lots of buttons.
Lots and lots of buttons. It is literally like Spumoni. It looks like a big Spumoni board.
A spaceship.
It's a spaceship. See, the old stuff looked like Star Wars. The new stuff looks more like Star Trek. Although in this office, it looks like we're inside the Millennium Falcon, and we will continue to kind of look that way as we go on. Hopefully, we'll get John Fry in person over here at some point behind the mic. But for the time being, my friend, Mr. Fry, Johnny Fry, how you doing? Good morning to you, sir.
What's going on, Jimmy? How's life down in Nolens?
Oh, it ain't bad at all. Were you over in Texas right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Still waiting on you.
Well, I keep on, like I said, if I didn't have to set up studios, if I wasn't one step ahead of the sheriff, I would probably be in your presence at some point sooner rather than later. We probably should set this up, John. Do you still have a wild boar problem up there?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's going on with that? Why? Okay. First of all, I probably should set up who John is. I mean, after all, he's done some amazing things. He is the business development manager over at Ancora, and we'll talk about Ancora for a second here. But what has caused your area of the world to be overrun with wild hogs?
Well, they're quite the animal. I guess what a lot of people don't realize about hogs is that female sow can have 3 litters a year. And she can have up to 12 piglets at a time, and in 6 months those piglets are fertile. So,
oh my God,
do the math, and you'll see that they just overpopulate like crazy.
I didn't realize they were that of an invasive species. I kind of knew this because we owned a pig. By the way, it wasn't a wild, it wasn't a feral hog, but it was a pain in the ass. I'll tell you that right now. But I didn't realize that they actually produce that quickly and that ferociously. What you got, Madison?
Yeah.
Speaking of invasive species, something that people that aren't from here don't know about are nutria-rats. You know about
Nutria?
a nutria-rat? Nutria, yeah.
Nutria. Oh my God, John, do you know about you know about nutria?
Yeah, we don't really have very many of those that I'm aware of in this particular area, but I do know down through Central America, whatever, those things are just like everywhere. I think they might be over on the Florida side, maybe.
Oh no, John! I need you to buckle up. You're going to love this. By the way, I wish I'd known you earlier. We actually we got invaded by them in Louisiana. Jefferson Parish had such a problem. This is classic Louisiana. The toughest sheriff Jefferson Parish ever had was a guy named Harry Lee. They called him the Chinese Cowboy. He was an attorney, and he was a former policeman who actually owned this Chinese restaurant called the House of Lee. And he runs for sheriff of Jefferson Parish, and he runs for sheriff saying that he's going to empower the citizens to get their rifles out and kill all the nutria. And literally, it was, and basically, he told people if they had guns, if they had like 22s, and if they had like small hunting rifles, to go out there and really do some damage. And people hunted them out in the city of New Orleans' biggest suburb in Jefferson Parish, kind of whacked them out. It was crazy.
Where I grew up, they even went further because I grew up like in Bayou country.
Well, you're in Morgan City,
And
right?
Morgan City, Stevensville area.
Oh, yeah,
it's like
John,
close
that's Bayou.
near
That's
Pier
Bayou.
Part where Swamp People's filmed.
Yeah.
And so there was an incentive there that if you kill a nutria, and we call it nutria because
Right.
not nutria, but when you kill one, you bring a tail, you get $5. So that's how people would make their extra cash. They would go out and kill a bunch of them and cut their tails off and get money for it.
If I had known that, dude, I've been over there with my gun in a heartbeat, although I keep getting invited by our good friend. By the way, John, for those of you who don't know, from July of 1971 to September of 1995, he was in the Corps as a master gunnery sergeant and then entered the transportation industry. And, John, the reason I'm bringing this up is because right now you're at Ancora, but it's been a long trip. Can you kind of take us through a little bit your transportation bona fides and how long you've been in this game and your kind of route to be where you are today?
Well, when I got out of the Marine Corps, I actually hired on with Werner Enterprises back in 1995 into the recruiting department. And that was when recruiting has made so many different transitions from where we are today from what it was back in those days. But I was there about 21 years. I ended up being the vice president of safety compliance and operation and driver recruiting. And then left there, went down to Stevens Transport, did their recruiting program, and then over to CRST, and now with Ancora. So
I was
a lot of transitions. Wyatt Werner, I made a presentation to the Department of Labor. It always bothered me back in the day that as a military veteran, your GI Bill was only tied to the length of your school. So I had the opportunity to make a presentation to the Department of Labor about veterans benefits and basically gave them a class on Trucking 101. They assigned a young lady, Rosanna Smith from me. She was from ETA. And we subsequently developed the first actual, we actually followed the first apprenticeship program for truck driving. Of course, now, Fastport's kind of taken the lead on that. From what we initially got started in the industry, and it's turned to be a great program for the trucking industry.
Let me ask you a question too, John, as we crank your volume up over here. Let me ask you the question of, you've been doing recruiting for, in one way or another, even if it's recruiting to kind of just, keep your eye out for talent. Can you talk a little bit about what has changed? You said a lot of changes have gone across the industry in regards to how people recruit, how people target drivers to figure out who they want to bring into their company, both young and old. Talk a little bit about what you've seen.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to reflect a little bit. And you think back to the days when we first started recruiting. I remember, of course, everything was paper. And if someone had submitted an application to you and it had been a few months, we had to walk out and actually go into the backs of trailers, which is where we stored all the files for applications, and hope that you could find a paper application back in those days. And I know, talking with Brad, that's back in the days of Brad Bentley and Roger Fair and all that on the advertising side. And of course, all your publications and all that's how you advertise, is all the trucking magazines. It didn't matter if you went into a truck stop or you went into a recruiting office or whatever. You saw all the trucking magazines up on the tables. And you'd sit around there and you flip through there and make sure that your ad made it in there. Then you'd go back and try and figure out if that ad actually did you any good or not. So kind of miss those days. I know you were talking the other day about going into the truck stop and all the tables had the payphones actually right at the table. So when they came in for, to take a meal or whatever, they would be sitting there and they would call in their company to do a check-in. Because back in those days, there was no cell phones, any of that stuff going on. So lots of changes, I would guess.
Well, the other thing is too, John, it strikes me that it's so interesting about about the way the technology has changed, though, but it's also kind of changed the approach, too, is that people can often, if a driver is applying, they can look at their scores, they can look at, they can look at their previous work-related record, the places they've worked, the length of their employment, whereas paper allows you to hide stuff. It's much harder to check on stuff. And I was kind of curious if back in the day, people would try to spot talent, like you see a really good driver, would people actually recruit at the truck stops? Would recruiters give people business cards at the truck stop saying, hey, if you're looking to make a change, you might want to come with us? I mean, was that more prevalent back then? I mean, I realize it's still very difficult to do that at any time because that's just kind of catch as catch can, but was there a more hands-on approach to recruiting than there is now?
Well, absolutely. And of course, this was pre-digital age, so you had to be creative in how you could get out and try and get in front of your market. And of course, like you're saying, one thing truck stops were truck drivers. So there were a lot of companies that would go to the truck stops and hang out and try and get next to those particular drivers. And of course, then that kind of created another problem. Well, it's now truck stops are more or less a sanctuary. We want our drivers to get in there. We want them to take rest, relax, get the things done that they need to get done and not be bothered by recruiters. But back in the day, that was a very good place to try and find drivers. Even to the point where we would take trucks, we had some show trucks that we'd bring in there and, have like V12 engines in them, pop the hood and all that and stick around. And of course, the drivers would come up and talk to you about the truck, and then you'd want to get their information, try and follow up to get them to come to your company. So, yeah, absolutely, that was a huge market back in the day.
Yeah, and it, by the way, it really speaks to the changes in hours of service. And as you know, the Trump administration has announced its 9-point plan, to kind of make the road safer and easier for people who are, up to date and have all their T's crossed and their I's dotted to have an easier driving experience. One of the things they've talked about is the flexibility of hours of service, of giving drivers more leeway about how they make their choices, when they want to take their breaks and when they want to drive. And I'm wondering, given the model you're talking about, if that's another kind of victim or kind of casualty of literally the changes in HOS and the onboarding of the ELD. What we've seen is that people can't, one of the biggest complaints I hear all the time, John, and you know this as well because you've been in this industry quite some time, is that people talk about the inability to linger, that you can't hang out in a truck stop and talk to somebody you like and spend a little time shooting the breeze and kind of getting your wind back and your brain going again before getting behind the wheel. And I'm wondering if, in fact, maybe, I love your thoughts on this, if, in fact, they are able to give the drivers more flexibility on HOS, if there will be maybe another change in the way we recruit people, because that becomes something else that they can offer people. Because at the end of the day, the company you drive for or the people you drive for determine what your hours of service are within the parameters of the law. But I'm wondering if that flexibility becomes another tool in recruiting, saying, look, as long as you get your hours in legally, we don't care how you do it, can become a good recruiting tool. But also if, in fact, I'm saying a lot of stuff here, John, so I apologize. I'm getting kind of excited. But the idea that if you give people more flexibility, it gives them more time to maybe spend a little more time at the truck stop, which gives them more time to spend with their friends, but also gives recruiters better time to kind of get to know somebody on the road. Am I making any sense? Unpack all of that now, John. Go.
I got you. Those are great questions, perspectives, or whatever. And I think, we got to go back to the 30s when they first actually started hours of service. Someone came up and said, hey, these drivers can only drive this many hours. So what I find interesting enough is there's never really been an actual study, Jim. You get this. Hours of service makes you a safe driver. Now, I'm not debating that one way or the other, but there really never has been one. But yet, since the 1930s, we've been under the hours of service regulations. I find that kind of interesting. And I think you'd agree, whether you're driving a truck or even if you're just driving a car, if you actually drove for 11 hours in one day, you're ready for a break. I don't think anybody would argue that fact either. And of course, as we all know in the industry, when you're driving your rig and you're getting paid by the mile, the more time you can spend on line 3, that's where you're making your money. So the key is for us to be able to maximize our drive time and drive safe. And so you got all these rules with your sleep break, you got to take a break, got to do this, but it doesn't matter sometimes. I mean, if you slept all night one day and you get up, you're driving the next day, and say you're only on the road for 2 hours, the sun's shining, it's a beautiful day out, and all of a sudden you're getting the nods. It seems under the current regulations that a driver would really like to pull over to be safe and take a little nap, but yet that driver is going to get penalized because he's getting off his line 3 time. He really can't stop that clock, et cetera. So what's the famous answers? I don't know, but we still got a way to go to make hours of service not only just safe, but so our drivers can be productive and take that break time, like you said, when they need to take it.
Yeah, and that flexibility is what's so crucial here, because at the end of the day, nobody knows, other than maybe your technician, nobody knows your truck better than you do, and nobody, including your doctor, knows how you feel better than you do. And that's such a good point too, is one of the places where the flexibility, and we'll get to recruiting here in a second because it all sets this up. One of the things about that flexibility is you hit the nail on the head. Sometimes you do 11 hours in really, really tough weather, really, hazardous conditions, and you are as crystal clear as you possibly could be, no problems whatsoever. The next day, you're right, it's sunny skies, the road is open, the good stuff is happening, and you're like, good gosh almighty, I feel tired. I got to pull this over. And of course, the math then says you adrenalized up the day before during that stressful time, and now your body's ready to shut down. And so how, as a recruiter and as a company, do you go to somebody and say, look, we want to give you a little flexibility here to play around? Do you think if, in fact, this gets my second point, if, in fact, we get that flexibility of hours of service, that becomes a recruiting tool that some companies offer. Hey, we're not going to press the clock on you as much. As long as you get there when you're supposed to, we're willing to work with any sort of flexibility you want to play with. So if we end up getting a call from you at 7 o'clock and you're back on the road because you want to make some time overnight, even though that's how it was planned, we're happy if you do that, provided you get there safe and sound. Am I making sense, John, or am I just being bloviating Jimmy Mack right now?
No. I think that makes sense. And of course, I think most companies out there will tell you that if their driver doesn't feel safe driving down the road, they want their drivers to pull off, get the necessary rest or whatever. But then on the other side, you've got the production side. We've got all this technology. We're trip planning. The days of getting at your atlas and looking at where your weigh scales were at, making sure you got an advance to pay for your tickets, for your scale tickets, tolls, all that sort of stuff. All that now goes in the Ayatollah computer, and when you're getting dispatched these days, we know exactly where you are, how far you're going, where you're going to be, are you going to make it on time, are you going to be early, all that sort of stuff. So all that goes into the planning grid. So somewhere in the middle, you're right, Jimmy, we need to find that out, and it's going to be on the regulatory side that says, hey, I want to give my driver a break, or my driver needs to take a break. How can I do this without penalizing the driver? Because that's the drivers, they're on the road to make money and to feed their family. So somewhere we need to get that figured out. I don't think we've quite done it yet.
It's interesting, John, because you actually, we talk about 5-tool baseball players. You might be a 5-tool trucking man because you understand this from the safety side, the driver's side. You understand this from the recruiting side, the administrative side. You've actually gotten to look at all this different kind of stuff. And, you've been on the board of CVTA. You've literally been everywhere that trucking is making these decisions left and right. And I was kind of curious, and I wanted you to talk about Ancora as well, too. Anytime I get you on here, I kind of want to remind people who Ancora is. So let's set up Ancora, talk about what you're doing there now, but also talking about how training has changed. See, John, I'm working in every segment of the show all through you, so I appreciate you. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, Ancora Education we're a training institution, and we basically have 4 or 5 pillars where we have an Ancora Academy, Ancora Education, Ancora Training, and even Ancora High School. But we'll provide over 200 different types of curriculum to individuals. We have community colleges that we actually own. I'm sure you heard of some of them: Arizona Automotive Institute, Berks Technical Institute, South Texas Votech, Miller Mott, just to name a few. Those are some of our brick and mortars that we have there. We also partner with a lot of community colleges where we provide training for them, and Core Academy, where you can do all sorts of different curriculum all the way up to getting your bachelor's degree. All these are accredited at a very low cost. You can take them online, in person, so lots of different things. We work with a lot of employers where we bring the training to the actual employer. We do a lot of CDL training, diesel tech training, reefer training, welding, HVAC, all sorts of different careers for individuals to take advantage of. So that's kind of Anchor education. And you're talking about recruiting, and of course, recruiting is very cyclic in the fact that depending on the freight needs, driver needs, it seems like sometimes you got plenty of freight and not enough drivers, and then sometimes you got plenty of drivers and not enough freight. And it kind of goes around with this different cycle. Of course, the cycle that the transportation industry is in right now, along with a lot of other folks, is it's still very, well, where's the bottom? Have we hit bottom? When's it going to get better? When's it going to get better? When am I going to get better rates? When am I going to get better freight? So that's kind of where we've been for the last few years. So everybody, I think, is ready to get going with their future. I will throw out there that, a lot of companies have backed off taking entry-level drivers into their fleet just because the freight market doesn't make sense for them to grow or whatever. But I will say we train a lot of drivers, very good drivers that we have out there. And if there's some companies out there that are looking for some great entry-level drivers, please let me know. I have a list and a continuing list of very good, talented individuals that have completed driving school and looking to get with good companies. So if you're in the market for any of those, let me know too. We'll be sure and help them out.
I wanted to spend a little time here in our final moments with John Fry, who is a friend of the show, does business development, and is the manager of that program over there at Ancora. John, you and I got a chance to have a remarkable experience over at SiriusXM Studios in Los Angeles. I was able to get a whole bunch of you guys out there. You actually got a chance to head on over to Vietnam, and I wanted just to let our listeners out there want more than just, rates and recruiting strategies and safety policies. I wanted you to kind of tell them about your trip to Vietnam. It is such a cool story, and you ended up roughing it and getting the chance to talk to a lot of people over there. It turns out that they like us a lot, don't they?
Well, absolutely. And of course, most of our time was still in South Vietnam, for the trip. And then the latter part, we ended up north, up in Hanoi. But it was a realization, I think, that we were actually over there for the 50th anniversary since the end of the Vietnam War, which kind of makes you feel old.
A little bit.
Think about it.
Yeah, as my dad said, a little bit. He said, "This felt a little old." He said, "This felt a little old." He got that welcome home ceremony too, and he's like, "I feel old, man, old."
Yeah.
We meet people now, we think, "You're a World War II veteran?" Like, no, I'm a Vietnam veteran, dude. Get over yourself. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But you got over there. Tell me about it. Go ahead.
So with that in perspective, I mean, most of the population, under 55, let's say, had no realization of the war, what we call our war, the war, Vietnam War. So yes, they were very friendly, very curious. They're very industrious over there. Of course, there's not a lot of money in that country. I think if you cashed in $100, you got 2.4 million. Their currency is called dong. So you had a lot of their money, to enjoy the countryside or whatever. It did seem like a lot of the South Vietnamese people are still kind of penalized for supporting the United States. So the South Vietnamese are still not allowed to own property over there or be in the government. And most of the money that they make goes up north to the Hanoi side. to go there, which was unfortunate in a way.
Well, it's also a good reminder, too, John, about why it's so important that we do, that the normalization of relations with them is so important, because the better we are as friends with them on a government-to-government level, the more kind of friendly pressure as opposed to unfriendly pressure we can exert on them to say, hey, man, maybe you want to share stuff a little bit. Maybe you want to open stuff up and we can give you a trade deal or something. That's part of, and visits like yours remind people that if you guys can be friends with the North Vietnamese, that maybe the South Vietnamese and the North Vietnamese can be friends as well. And that's an important part about the trip. You went with our good friend Sarah Lee. Now, John, you're coming next week, right? We're going to see you down here, right?
I'm doing everything I can to get there. Brad's kind of got me on a short leash. He said, I got to get down there and see you guys. So I'm doing everything I can. I'm planning on it.
Yeah, because the other thing is you got to come for another reason. Sarah Lee's coming. So, we've got her in a short leash too, and you guys went with Waypoint Vets, was part of what you guys were up to and doing. That's a remarkable program, isn't it? I mean, it's like, and I keep on telling people, my brother is a combat veteran who is dealing with some issues, and Sarah has reached out to him, but I just wanted you to kind of let people know that if you struggled after the military and you're looking for some purpose and you're looking for a place to go and people to hang around with, it's a great place to start, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And of course, Sarah, had her issues after she had returned or whatever, and of course, her story is very remarkable. I'm trying to remember her blog, Jimmy. If you know off the top of your head, remind me where she biked across the United States, just her, no sponsors.
Oh yeah, it was crazy, dude. Yeah, she'll be. And guys, I'm not giving away the story here. She'll be honest about it. She attempted to take her life, and then when she woke up in the hospital, she realized she wanted to live terribly, and made the decision that she was going to get on a bicycle and go from the west to the East Coast. And boy, I got to tell you, John, and she's right. She talks about riding a bicycle out west. That's brutal, man. That is brutal, because you feel like you're always going up. You feel like it isn't until you get past the Mississippi that you begin to see the world change a little bit. Yeah, it's a great story. And she's a great American, because she cares, like you do, deeply about our veterans out there. And you've done some focusing on making sure that veterans make their way into the industry, correct? I mean, you guys are vet ready. I mean, Aunt Corey is vet ready, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And of course, that starts back just with being a veteran. And wanting to see veterans get in the industry. They're especially into this industry, they're used to being away from home. Their significant others are used to taking care of things when you're not at home. Their work ethic is very, very good, and we all. So whatever the United States can do to help take care of our veterans, and then absolutely we want to get them. We want to get them employed, and we want to be able to take care of them.
John, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe it. By the way, John was only supposed to be on 15 minutes and graciously gave us much more time than that. We're out of time, John. Really quickly, tell people where they can go to find out more about Ancora, and then we'll let you shuffle off this radio coil.
Awesome. Well, Jimmy, it was great speaking to y'all. Hope to see y'all next week. I think it's a great platform y'all got going on. You can catch us at ancoraeducation.com. That's ANCORA education.com. We'd love to hear from y'all, and anything we can do in the training arena, we're there for you.
Thank you, John, and thanks for a great 30,000-foot view of recruiting over the last 30 years. AncoraEducation.com or AncoraTraining.com. Either one works, by the way. Thank you, John. Go have the best of days, and I'll see you next week.
All right. Sounds good, Jimmy. Thank you.
All righty, man. Hey, coming on the other side, the Braz is going to be here on the scene. Buy, sell, trade. Robert Braswell, the Executive Director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and Jack Legler discuss recommendations for when to buy, sell, or trade equipment. And they're going to be taking your calls on Tech Talk with TMC. Go to tmc.trucking.org. You can find them everywhere topics are hashed and discussed. We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Big thanks to our good friend, our dear friend, John Fry, for joining us this morning. If Brad Bentley's listening, John ain't overrated. He's a great American. We'll be back after these messages. Hey guys, ShadyRays.com is where you go to keep the glare out. They have great customer service and great lost and broken protection programs. I am out.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Seems like I'm back in the seat because we are live from Fastport Studios. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, my friend, your friend, Jimmy Mack.
Friends, this is a long-time friend of the show. Robert Braswell is the Executive Director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council. He joins us this morning, as he always does, for the longest-running segment on all of RadioNemo's platforms. And I'm going back, unless you want to count Dave playing music, there is no segment that has run longer than Tech Talk with TMC. Robert, good morning. How are you doing, my friend?
TMC.
Do I have a Robert in the house?
Yeah, you do. Can you not hear me?
I don't hear a Robert in the house. I know you hear a Robert in the house, Phone Master Dre, but I don't. There he is.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you can hear me, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you as well. Great to be here for the segment. And, today it's a really neat topic because I think our listeners are going to really appreciate this one. Everybody struggles with this particular issue, the issue of keep, trade, or sell a truck. That's the magic thing. It's one of the key things you have to deal with in terms of managing your profitability in your operation. And joining us on the program today is our technical director at TMC, Jack Legler. And we have a new recommended practice on this very subject. He's going to be talking about it and what it has to say for our listening audience. But before we get started, we always like to let our listeners know there's a special offer. And this week, with the topic being the keep, sell, and trade, we figure the PMI manual for technicians is great because if you don't keep your rig in great shape, you're going to have a lesser return on investment when it comes to resale. So that is available for the discounted price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can get it by calling our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention RadioNemo, and you can get it today for that special price. Also, if you're an owner-operator or you're a small fleet, as we always say, if you have 100 or fewer power units, we would love to have you as a member of TMC, and you can join for the discounted annual dues of just $150. That's quite a bit of a discount off of the ordinary $450 membership price. And do that today. You'll get our 2-volume recommended practice, including the RP that we're talking about on the show today, plus about 4,000 pages more of great information covering the truck from bumper to bumper. So please call that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. And as we always remind our listeners at the top of the program, any recommended practices we discuss on the program reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone is first determined for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all of that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Jack Legler. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Robert. It's good to be here as always.
So keep, trade, or sell. Boy, that's the age-old question that often keeps, equipment owners and fleet managers up at night. when it comes to vehicle acquisition. The decision on how long to hold on to a major rolling asset like a tractor trailer or a commercial vehicle, it's a perplexing technical challenge, isn't it? And it's an economic exercise in capital management, whether you look at it that way or not. And with this rapid evolution of all these multiple technologies out there affecting the safety, environmental performance, operational efficiency of the new commercial vehicles, boy, there's sure a lot of opportunities out there to both upgrade and replace or rebuild fleet equipment. And the Technology Maintenance Council, with all of this complexity in mind, has developed a brand new recommended practice on the topic, haven't we?
Yes, we have TMC RP 1620, which is basically when to sell, trade, or keep a major rolling asset. And I think you hit it right on the head, Robert. It's because of all of the changes going on in the industry, both technologically, new technologies are available, also regulatory mandates, the electrification movement, whether it's voluntary or at the end of a regulatory requirement, that kind of upsets the entire thought process on total cost of ownership. Because basically, essentially you buy a vehicle, you use it, and hopefully at the end you recover money at the end of that process that you can then apply to the acquisition of new equipment, whether it's the same equipment, but now especially it may be a totally different manufacturing line. It may be a totally different technology, such as an EV, Class 8 EV now, that may totally change the calculus. So you have to understand your numbers, bottom line.
So I mentioned at the beginning of the program that there's a connection between the decision to keep, sell, or trade a truck and preventive maintenance. And that's why we have the special offer today, PMI Manual for Technicians. There are a number of factors that you really have to keep in mind when you're running your present vehicle in order to prepare for this important decision. And one of the ones is, if you're looking for the total cost of ownership, you're looking for what impact this new purchase or trade will have on your operational costs for PM, you've got to figure some of these important what we call KPIs or parameters. And the first of them is ease of repair, right? That's a big factor when you're taking a look at keep, sell, or trade a truck.
That's right. Yeah, TMC publishes, of course, standard repair time surveys very regularly. And one of the things, understanding where your numbers, where your repair times in your fleet match up against those benchmarks, because that's going to affect the ability of to sell it in the secondary market, or actually may, if indeed the vehicle can easily be kept on the road without a lot of additional expense, it may well be to your benefit to keep that, because the cost of ongoing maintenance is favorable to you. But the idea of knowing when that balancing point tips over to the sell side.
Now, another interesting item or KPI or parameter that we look at is extended fluid change intervals. New synthetic fluids are out there that enable the equipment to withstand higher temperatures. They're better lubricated. And you can take advantage of this with some of the newer lubricants and the newer designs than you can with the older ones, can't you?
That's right. It reduces the wear and tear. And if you think about that depreciation curve being flattened out somewhat because of the advantages of decreases in the change intervals that are required, or increases in the mileage, or decreases in the amount of interval maintenance you have to do because
sometimes
of the quality of lubricants.
Sometimes it doesn't always seem like it, but another factor is improved engineering and design on the newer models. Most of the times, newer models are better than the older models. Sometimes you really wonder about that. But by and large, you do get a benefit from newer engineering and design. What are some of the things to think about, for example, in terms of a current rig versus a potential new rig?
Well, again, obviously, one of the big advantages on performance is air disc brakes that have come into the industry fairly widespread over the last few years. But of course, now if you're selling to a secondary buyer, does that buyer understand the advantages of ADB, and is that attractive to them? And also, again, it affects your total TCO, because if you're still trying to maintain traditional SKM drum brakes in a mixed fleet, you've got an increased complexity as to whether to keep that vehicle or to completely go off to a new technology such as all ADB. or just avoiding ADB together and staying all SCAM. That can be a big difference on your TCO.
Predictive maintenance is another thing that has become easier with technology, and as time goes on, the vehicles, including the trailers, are getting smarter and smarter, and telematics is reducing downtime and maintenance costs due to these improved predictive maintenance capabilities. Let's talk a little bit about some of the advantages there, perhaps, in your keep, trade, or sell calculus.
Well, that's right. Your onboard diagnostics are much better in predicting and matching up against known repair causes based on diagnostic codes. So again, the ability to forecast when a major overhaul is going to be needed, for example, by keeping up with your preventative maintenance, can avoid that major overhaul and again, keep the vehicle in service, productive service a lot longer. Again, it all directly impacts your cost per mile calculation. And knowing that number is critical, and monitoring that number. As CPM starts to climb, you'll say, why is that happening? Is it simply because everything's wearing out? Is it because our maintenance can't keep up with the new systems, or is it simply the new systems are better and we don't have to maintain them as much? So knowing that is very critical.
The other factor too, that cost per mile, if you see it creeping up after a new acquisition, you got to wonder, did I spec the vehicle right for the application I have? Or if you purchased a vehicle in the secondary market, did the vehicle that I purchased come from a location that doesn't match up well with the one I'm in? So those are factors as well. You really got to stay on top of when you're making these decisions. Another KPI, I think, is improved emissions system maintenance. Right? I think emission systems have gotten better. After treatment has been a tough thing to deal with. Even today, we just did we're in the middle of doing our top 5 maintenance concerns that keep you up at night. And I was looking at some of the preliminary data, and after treatment is back in the news again. So it's something we're still struggling with. But some of the newer systems are much better than the ones from 10 years ago. That's definitely an area where there's been some advances, right?
That's correct. And of course, if you have issues with maintaining EGRs and selective catalytic reduction systems, is the number of regens that are forced can dramatically affect your productivity, as well as the cost of maintenance can just climb through the ceiling because of those unexpected maintenance costs out in the field, the interventions you got to do in the field. We do actually, in the RP itself, we actually have a list of various recommended practices. There's a table, actually, of about 20 of them that are critical to monitor. That gives you the keys to the maintenance factors you need to keep watching to maintain your optimum total cost of operation number, but also it gives you benchmarks to measure against when things are starting to get toward the end, indicating you're in an end of life cycle.
Another factor that we have in the recommended practice, this is a very big one, is driver satisfaction. Particularly if you're a fleet, you've got to manage, let's say, 100 or more assets. You've got to make sure you're keeping your drivers happy, because those are the folks that make the money for your operation. What are some of the considerations we have when it comes to driver satisfaction and how it plays into this keep, sell, or trade calculus?
I always like to joke about, when I first started in the business, it was, driving a truck was kind of sitting on a brick while you're driving across a bunch of bricks. It was not comfortable. Now it's like driving your living room or your very well padded executive office around. And the special seat is number one factor that the drivers love. It affects, because you're in that seat so long, it affects your whole train of thought and your productive thought as a driver. That's the number one thing that all drivers list in our surveys as to what means to them the most satisfaction factor. Other things happen, like whether you got a larger sleeper berth, if it's a late model vehicle, of course, whether you have an APU to run everything, your hotel loads while you're sitting on the side after your mandatory break at the end of the day, and all of those other things that attach to that to make your life better and more comfortable are all important to driver satisfaction. So, of course, if you're a happy driver, you're going to be a a safe driver and obviously a productive and profitable driver to your company.
One of the things that I don't think a lot of folks think about when it comes to the decision to keep, sell, or trade a vehicle has to do with parts availability. And that's been a real concern ever since COVID hit, particularly when the part shortages were very acute. It's gotten a little better now, but still, you've got to figure you might have a great vehicle, but if the vehicle now is getting old in the tooth and you're having a hard time getting parts, they're not making parts, or you have to rely on second, third, aftermarket kind of suppliers. Maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe you want to think about a newer vehicle.
Well, exactly, Robert. And you mentioned the COVID cycle. That was the whole EGR sensor, where the chipsets were not available and the parts were not available at any cost. And that basically meant you were having to sit down. So those are definitely the things you need to be looking at. Is there another vehicle with another design, another engineering underlying design that works better, that is a better duty cycle for your particular fleet that you may want to go to? Those are all factor into that.
The OEMs or the manufacturers will provide replacement parts for late model equipment, but as the equipment gets older, it starts to dry up, and then you start going to sources like Craigslist or eBay or You Have It to try to get parts. It was really acute during COVID, and people were doing that and getting very creative about how they're sourcing the parts. But at some point, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and you really might have to think about, a trade or a new unit to kind of get out of that cycle, because it really can affect downtime.
Well, that's right, exactly. It affects your ability to get the vehicle back on the road. If you've got to wait around, even for a special delivery of that Craigslist part that you just bought, the truck may have to sit down for 2 days. Well, that part gets delivered halfway across the country. That means you're losing all of that bottom line income and increasing your expense line items.
Yeah, and the parts may get scarce, so the price goes up. Something else to think about. What about warranty? Warranty is a big issue for a lot of operations. Of course, a lot of folks say I'd rather have the uptime than the warranty, but still, warranty is important, and that's a really, really, really key factor when making this decision to keep, sell, or trade.
Well, that's right. If there's any warranty exists, that's actually a value added on the sales value, because that's something that your secondary user is going to be willing to pay for, whether that's somebody you're selling directly to or somebody that a dealer, for example, would have waiting in the wings when you buy a new unit to replace and trade. Still the same thing is how does that enhance the value to the next buyer? And that in turn is money back in your pocket to reinvest.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Jack Legler here, TMC Technical Director. We're talking about the new recommended practice that the Technology and Maintenance Council has on when to keep, sell, or trade a truck. Jack, some of the other things that really can perplex a vehicle owner or vehicle fleet manager are all the regulatory changes that come down, especially with the emissions and so forth. We kind of spin our heads as to whether, we're getting more stringent or less stringent in this particular political climate. But that's something you really got to keep up on.
Well, that's right. And that can actually increase a market for a secondary sale, either to trade or to sell to somebody else. Because we, on the new equipment side, we saw a very large pre-buy happening in the last couple of years, and we had surveyed that in 2024 as we saw the EPA, U.S. EPA, coming up with greenhouse gas phase 2 emission cycle. We did see a very large pre-buy. Of course, that also enhances the ability, or shall we say, the attractiveness of that vehicle you want to sell or trade to that next buyer, because they're not going to have to pre-buy, for example. Plus, the money that you get from that trade or sale, you can buy a new equipment that's compliant, which is obviously going to be more expensive on the front end. But that means you'll have capital to help pay for it.
So as part of this recommended practice, and there's a lot of other factors we're going to get into before the end of the segment, but I would like to bring into the discussion this trade cycle calculator that we've come up with based on the recommended practice that TMC members can use to kind of like work through these different parameters that we've talked about and plug their numbers in, and maybe it can give you an idea of it's a good time to keep, sell, or trade, right?
Well, that's exactly right. And as the way this calculator works, it's a spreadsheet-based model, and essentially your your output indicator on that's a very nice graphic that looks like a fuel gauge, basically. And it's a decision meter that goes from keeping it all the way to consider trading it, or somewhere in the middle. Maybe I should think about it. So where on that spectrum do I sit based on all those factors and more that we just discussed?
So if you walk through the calculator, it's a very simple Excel-based looking interface, and it's based on Excel, as a matter of fact. And it gives you some questions right up front that are very easy to answer, I think. Like, for example, one of the questions it asks you is, how important is having the most current level of emissions-compliant vehicle in your fleet?
That's right. And it basically, those are things that you need to do your homework on, essentially. And it really deals with that. How important is vehicle downtime? And it goes back to how maintenance cycles are impacting that KPI, knowing that number. Of course, and particularly into that secondary buyer, if you're going to sell to somebody else, having that truck, how good does it look? Just as your driver's satisfied with the truck looking good, that's going to also affect its value to the next buyer, and their driver's the same thing. Very important factor.
So for the key questions it asks you right up front in terms of your strategies, how important is emissions compliance? How important is vehicle downtime to your operation? How important is your fleet's appearance? And how important is having the most current level of collision mitigation technology in your fleet? And you get either answer, it's important, not important, somewhat important. You put that into the calculator, and then there's other factors you have to put in, such as your asset number, your VIN, your in-vehicle service date. Now, remember, this isn't something we're storing in the cloud or anything. This is a downloadable. You plug your own numbers in. It resides on your own laptop or desktop or phone. You do it there. We have nothing to do with the data or anything like that. And then you plug in your mileage, your compliance expiration if it's happened, downtime percentage you currently are experiencing, repair costs. It'll ask you what your repair and maintenance costs are, your remaining warranty on the particular unit, cost of a new vehicle to replace, what's the trade value or sale value of your unit, and then it asks you some questions about your miles per gallon and your overall cost per mile. Plugging all that in, like you say, you have this really neat looking fuel gauge that tells you either green, keep, possible trade, yellow, or red, consider trading. And I think it's a really useful tool. The formulas that all this is based on are well thought out and vetted. And there's a lot of important industry knowledge that went into developing this particular recommended practice. Let's talk about some of the other factors in this as well. I mentioned briefly about collision mitigation. Advanced driver assistance systems, depending on your operation, it doesn't replace a good driver. A driver always has to be the one that makes the final decision with this technology. But it can be a help, and some of these technologies are more applicable than others to a given operation.
And that's right. And also depends on what generation of those systems you're looking at, because if you're looking at a Gen 1 ADAS system, there are a lot more bells and whistles and performance features on a Gen 3, frankly, from the same systems manufacturer. So knowing that and what those systems are is going to make that more attractive to a new driver or a new owner who's more interested in the more modern features, such as adaptive cruise control and automated headlights, blind spot identification systems, all of those other good things. And particularly also if you happen to have a driver monitoring system of some sort, either in-cab or external, those are some of the later generation features that can be very attractive to a new owner, because they're going to be able to get a higher performing vehicle for less than the cost of acquiring new.
Even some of the passive safety systems like supplemental restraint systems, airbags, for lack of a better term, seat belts could be better on the newer vehicle, and the crumple zones that are designed into the truck should there be a crash can do a better job of protecting you in the vehicle and protecting others, right? It has to do with what they call crash worthiness and crumple zones and things like that. That's another factor to consider.
Well, that is, and also if you're a good buyer, for example, that's what you'll research, is what has been the accident history on that vehicle. And indeed, you would, as a buyer, be asking questions as to whether and how systems were recalibrated after those collision repairs, and that's going to make a lot of difference on your trade or sell value.
And the area you operate the unit in is so important. A lot of our listeners operate all over the continental United States, maybe into Canada, Mexico, and Alaska. But, if you are more regional and you're in a warmer, drier part of the country, that's where you're doing your operation. You may be able to keep a vehicle longer than, let's say, somebody that runs up in the Northeast in the winter. With exposed to all sorts of corrosive chemicals. That could be a big factor in whether or not you keep, sell, or trade, right?
Well, exactly. Again, because of the impact on those chemicals, especially on electrical systems and sensors, and all those things are attached to all those electrical systems and sensors, that can really just drive your maintenance cost, KPI, your mile per mile cost, way up. And of course, that affects the decision to keep or not. That's very important to understand where that needle is moving on that particular factor. So you can. One of the decisions you want to make is changing the duty cycle on that vehicle to a different geographic area, time of day, that may actually reduce some of that exposure to the harsh conditions that are driving up your costs. And that way you may be able to protect the investment a little bit longer.
Yeah, the decision to keep, sell, or trade is really quite a personal one in a lot of ways, particularly for an owner-operator or a small fleet. And the trade cycles vary so much between, let's say, a large fleet, medium fleet, small fleet, different operations, vocations. You could have an over-the-road trucking company that might have a trade cycle of 5 years or less due to the amount of miles they're accumulating during the course of the year. But another company running local routes, they could have a trade cycle of 5 to 10 years. They run fewer miles. But then again, maybe the local trucking company is accumulating more engine hours due to a higher idling operation. So not only do you have to think about that when you're considering keeping, selling, or trading your own vehicle, but you have to think about that when you're looking at buying somebody else's prior equipment.
Well, that's right. And then you can definitely see there's a very interesting graphic in the RP that tracks used market over time from the Sandhills Equipment Value Index. And that you can clearly see that pre-buy that went on in the pre-greenhouse gas phase two market is the interesting used vehicles went way up, which of course enhances your ability to sell or trade at that point.
That's a good point. The used truck market strength is a very important consideration when it comes into this calculus. And it's volatile. Right now, it could be different than it was 2 or 3 years ago for all sorts of factors. Tariffs are big in a lot of people's minds right now, and that affects the price of everything. Don't see a lot of vehicles being sold right now new because of that. So people are keeping their vehicles longer. That's going to affect the used trade market eventually. When that situation rights itself, all of a sudden a lot of vehicles are going to be coming on the market all at one time, and then the price of used trucks may drop. You may be able to get bargains, but then again, people are keeping the trucks longer, so you're going to be getting older vehicles when those used trucks start freeing up. So a very complicated calculus there. We've got about 30 seconds, maybe a minute to wrap up. Any final thoughts on the recommended practice?
Oh, it's a great one because it actually makes you think about all of those factors that go into your KPIs and your TCO, total cost of operation. It makes you really, by doing that homework, you're going to improve your overall maintenance efficiency just by asking yourself those questions.
The recommended practice is RP 1620. It's guidelines for keeping, trading, or selling a Class 7 and 8 tractor. It's part of our recommended practices collection. If you join TMC today, you will get the copy of this along with all of the different recommended practices we have to offer in the council. There's about 4,000 pages of information, 500 plus individual recommended practices, and it's a great benefit for anybody who's operating commercial vehicles in this day and age. With that, I think we've covered a lot of ground when it comes to the decision onto keep, trade, or sell. And the calculator alone, I think, is worth the price of admission for folks that are looking to try to, help themselves determine whether or not it's the right time to keep, sell, or trade based on all of the different parameters we've been talking about today. Thank you so much, Jack. We'll look forward to having you on another Tech Talk with TMC really soon. Next week, we're going to be inviting Joe Long, who's going to be talking about coolant and diesel exhaust fluid maintenance on the next edition of Tech Talk with TMC. Back to you, Jimmy Mack, in the studios.
Robert, thank you so much. I feel like we're actually engaged today in a great kind of long value lesson about how to kind of maneuver our way through this strange economy that we're existing in right now, and the information about
It's strange.
Yeah, it's genuinely strange, and I think you guys have introduced a lot of certainty in how to deal with the uncertainty of buy-seller trade, and that was really, really informative. Thank you so much, my friend, and it's great to hear what you got cooking up for next week as well too. What's the rest of the week look like for you before I shuffle you off this radio coil?
Well, we're actually working to try to get ready for our National Technician Skills Competition and TMC Fall Meeting. We've got a lot of great sessions, and we've got a lot of great task forces working on new recommended practices that we're just really excited to be bringing to the industry in the next 12 months.
Thank you, my friend. And of course, as always, if you want to give people a place they can go to check you guys out, please do so now before you head off into the rest of a very vibrant existence.
Love to have you join us. You can come to tmc.trucking.org or tmcfall.trucking.org if you want to learn more about our fall meeting. There you will find everything you want to know about the Technology and Maintenance Council.
Thank you, Robert Braswell, for continuing the longest running segment on Radio Nemo. Man, you're the best.
Thank you much. See you next week.
Yes, sir. When we come back on the other side, it's Education Station. It hasn't been running as long, but we are equally proud of it as well. And we have a returning guest who's got a great story about lifelong learning. It's so worth digging into. We've talked about it before, but when Tina Durborough gets here, it is a great conversation about how if you never stop learning, you'll be good.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RoadGangRadio.com. Jimmy Mack's back in the driver's seat.
Hey guys, normally I read people's entire bios and give you a sense of who they are, but so much of John Fry during our session on the Recruiter Roundtable and our next guest, their biographies are actually in so many ways the information you need. Tina Durborough, of course, joins us again. We're thrilled to have her back. She is the Director of Transportation over at Cecil College. The journey there is literally a study in lifelong learning, one of her great passions, and we consider her a friend over here. It's a great story. We can't wait for her to tell it. Good morning to you, Tina. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great.
I won't lie to you. You know, we've talked about your story before, but it's so applicable now because we live in this strange economy. I don't want to call it a bad economy or a good economy. It's just in a perpetual state of flux. One day to the next, we don't know where it's going. And one of the ways that we can control our own situation as opposed to the rest of the world around us is by controlling our ability to intake information and never stop learning. And so rather than kind of go through your bio that gets you to the Director of Transportation position, I wanted you to kind of unpack that too, because I want you to tell, again, your CDL story, because you had been doing education, which was where you really have a mastery of, and then to shift into transportation the way you did, you put your money where your mouth was. I mean, you literally did the exact thing that you expected other people to do. You decided to learn something new, and in doing so, put yourself in a position where you ended up becoming the Director of Transportation. Can you talk a little bit about your own background and then tell people how it is somebody with a master's degree in organizational leadership ends up running a transportation program? It's a great story, by the way. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Sure. So my bachelor's is in physical education and health education. So I was a health and PE teacher in an elementary school, and then the opportunity came about to become the Director of Lifelong Learning here at the college, and I ran the summer camp programs, the youth programs that you would do for fun, the adult programs that you would do for fun. So like if you wanted to travel to France and wanted to learn a little bit of the language and just wanted to take a fun French class, you would come to us and take that class. And I came onto the program about 2004, and in 2014, I was given the opportunity to transition to the director of transportation training, and I'm always up for a new challenge, and I thought that's an amazing new step for me. I grew up on a farm, so big trucks and tractors and big equipment was something that I've always kind of dealt with. But when they asked me to become the director, I wanted to get a CDLA. I felt like if I was going to talk to students about the things that they're going to experience, I should experience those things myself. So I went through the class just like a student would do. And then after I was done the class, I worked part-time for different organizations so that I could have some real experience. I'm still the director. I still have a full-time job, so I couldn't go over the road. But I did work for some local companies doing some hub things. And then I worked for the state plowing snow. And so that when the students come in and talk to me, I have real world experience that I can talk to them about. And it helped me understand when they come back and they're like, wow, that class was harder than I thought, or that was more than I thought. I understand it because there were pieces of it, even though I grew up driving big things, that were hard for me too.
I'm going to say something, and this is meant as a complete and total compliment. You are a master of picking stuff up for the purpose of helping other people pick stuff up. And what I mean by that, if you follow me, and you talk about the idea of, people want to pick up a little bit of French so they can go over and have a nice vacation over in France and not feel like the Parisians are completely looking at them like they're from the planet Mars. In the same way, what you kind of master in is the idea of helping people figure out if, in fact, they're interested in something, and then give them choices on how to further their education. All of that requires really kind of rigorous self-analysis. And so what I wanted to ask you in regards to drivers is, you know this as well as anybody because you've worked on both the public service side with the state of Pennsylvania for winter maintenance. You talked about working over in a hub as well, too. Trucking is not one industry. It's not, it is not one job driving from point A to point B. How do you go about the business of helping students, and you can talk about your own experience, figure out what kind of driving they want to do? And I know, given what you do, you understand that question because you serve a community, and there are all kinds of driving jobs. Am I making sense, Tina?
Absolutely. So I go into the very first day of each class, whether it starts in the morning or whether it starts in the evening. The very first day I go in and have a, hey, here's our expectations kind of conversation with the students so that everybody's on board with what we're expecting from class and students. But one of the things I talk to them about is all of our instructors have 10, 20 years experience driving, and they all had very different careers. And I encourage the students to talk to the instructors and ask them about their career path because each trucking company has its own work schedule, its own culture, its own whatever, and you may start out this class thinking, hey, I want to do flatbed, and then you talk to the guys and go, wow, car hauling might be amazing for me, because you have to pick the trucking company that fits your personality and what you need. If you have aging parents and little kids and you can't be gone for 5 or 6 weeks, you don't want to sign on with an over-the-road company. They'll hire you, but you're not going to stay in the industry because it doesn't fit your needs. And every company is so different in what their culture is and what their expectations are. You could have a very different career every single time you change companies. And I encourage the students after they're done class, if they haven't found the company that they want, to email me or call me and say, hey, I'm looking for local, but I could do over the nights a couple of times. And give me kind of a parameter of what they're looking for. And then I have a list of companies that have reached out to the college and said, hey, we're looking for students that we would hire. And I then send them 5 or 6 companies to try. They can hire, apply to any of the companies, but if it's not going to fit what they're looking for, they're not going to stay in trucking. And ultimately, we want them to stay in trucking for a long time and be happy.
This is a process question, and you can get deep into the weeds on this because a lot of people, often don't really do this kind of work because they don't think it's work, and they say, well, I'm wasting time. I should be doing something else. I don't think it's a waste of time at all in the sense that you're able to kind of let those people know what their options are because you understand your private partners incredibly well, meaning that you know what each one of those companies wants. And I'm actually asking you for studying tips and research tips for our listeners. What is the best way and the most efficient way? Because I mean, you can't just do a deep dive into every company. What is the best way to figure out if a company is right for you before you even apply to that company, other than getting great suggestions from folks like you? But you have to do that work. Somebody's got to do that work. And what does that work look like? Am I making sense on the question? You can ask for clarification.
No, absolutely.
Right.
And I think it starts with, you have to look at yourself, and not only do you have to think about, okay, what schedule fits my needs, like what type of things are important to me that I need to bring to the table for that company. So if you can't work weekends for whatever reason, and the company has on their website, or has in whatever research you've done for looking at Googling it or whatever, and that company routinely has people out, their day starts on Saturday morning and ends on Wednesday for whatever reason, you got to look at it from both sides. So a deep dive into what can I give to the company so that I'm a valuable person to them, and fit what they need from me so that they're happy with me. And it's got to be kind of symbiotic, you only stay with a company when both of you are happy, because if they're not happy with you and you have to miss all the time because of whatever, you're not going to stay at that company. And the idea would be that you want to find one that matches what you need and what they need at the same time. But I think you just got to look at what the route says. If it's a dedicated route and it says you're going to Ohio twice a week, do the math on it. You're not going to be home every night. You're going to be out at least a little bit. So I think you gotta look at it from kind of both directions.
Yeah, okay, so we're kind of building a little bit of a model here, and the idea is the self-analysis begins with kind of figuring out what your actual schedule is, not what you think you can do, but what you know you can do. The other thing is, too, and by the way, this is where your extensive, I have the same kind of background you do in regards to, I've done a lot of stuff, and I'm amazed at how it all ends up applying. Knowing your physical limits, knowing what kind of physical shape you are in, is often going to be a determinant of whether you can do that particular trucking job, because some jobs behind the wheel require much more strenuous activity than others, correct?
Correct. And it's funny because what I say to students is, for example, if you would like to go work for a bottling company and you're going to be moving soda bottles around, they weigh a lot more than potato chips, for example. You could have the same type of distributor route, but you're going to have very different physical needs. And the bonus to hauling soda bottles around is you don't have to have a gym membership. The downside to maybe hauling soda bottles around is you're going to be very physically active during the day, and that may not be for everybody. And so you have to look at the things that you're hauling as well, and your physical abilities as well. So it's not just schedule. It is very much tied to that physical ability. If you are interested in flatbed hauling and you have a shoulder problem that you can't throw stuff up over your head, that may not be the best choice for you. You may need to pick a different type of company.
I'm going to make you laugh, actually. My brother owned a weatherization and insulation company, and I said, is there anything else I need to know before we start doing this together? He says, yeah, you might want to cancel your gym membership. He said, one, I don't think you're getting over there enough. He said, you might just want to drop money occasionally if you want to get some stretches in. He says, second of all, after you haul a couple of bales of cellulose, he said, you'll be just fine in regards to your shoulder and bicep work. He was absolutely right. And it really is important, too. And the other thing is that, let's go with the intellectual side of this as well, too, because I was once told on a segment that we were doing that somebody said to me that the greatest skill moving into the 21st century is really old school. Somebody told me that if you can finish a book from pillar to post, read an entire book and actually process the overall arc of it, you have an advantage over most of the people in the workforce. Because one of the other things is, now part of things when people go through your program, you've done a lot of vetting of these partners. trainers, so you know these are reputable companies they're going to work for.
Right.
But one of the things, too, is that there will be times when the people who you train go off to other states and other places and want to kind of get going. How do you help people from a soft skill perspective figure out whether or not these companies are reputable and do it in a way that is efficient and doesn't require, like, around-the-clock reading? Once again, am I making sense?
No, absolutely. So we spend a lot of time in class talking about the different types of companies, and I think certain companies have a reputation for certain things, and one of the things that we talk to them about is, the company is going to be worried about, are you showing up where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there without tearing up my truck? So you're also representing the company. You're going to have to be able to speak to their intake people. You're going to have to speak to their dock people. You're representing their company. So there's soft skill things that we talk about in class, and that we start practicing in class so that they are good stewards to the company. But then, as you get experience, you should be able to, by the language the recruiter or the onboarding person is talking to you, figure out kind of what their culture is going to look like. If they're a company that is hiring brand new people and putting them on the road, like brand new, just came out of school, and putting them on the road and don't have a training program where they're taking you from a green, brand new, CDL holder and have a training program that is 6 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever long, where they're making you more seasoned, that's not a company you probably want to be part of, because they're not investing in you to make you a safer, better driver and giving you all of the tools that you need to be successful. We do a train the trainer program here, and the companies that have invested in creating very good trainers for their programs are the companies that have a better retention rate, in my opinion.
I love the use of the words. One of my favorite words, by the way, when used properly, and this was proper use of it, I want to point out stewards. I love that word, the idea that you are a steward of the company. And one of the things, if you guys were listening carefully, that Tina pointed out too, is that you're not only being interviewed, you are interviewing. And it's one of the hardest things to communicate to people who want a job, that the boss or the potential boss or employer, yes, they're interviewing you to figure out if you're part of their culture, but it's also important for you to remember that you're interviewing them as well too. That's part of the soft skill, and that's a crucial thing that you and I have talked about this. The idea that you need to look out for yourself, or you won't be a good steward for the company. But the flip side of that is you want to make sure that the company is a good steward for you. You want to make sure that they represent your values, because we've talked about this with Bennett Trucking, is that Bennett Trucking has people that come to them that are just terrific, but they really don't fit what the company's looking for. That happens too, where there are completely reputable, decent, honorable companies who just aren't what you're looking for in regards to culture or in regards to what they have to offer you. And that's okay sometimes, correct?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I wanted to talk about the Train the Trainer program, because that's what's so important to me, and it's a unique set of skills you have because you are an education specialist. You're a person who actually gets people up to speed for that. And in regards to Train the Trainer, what would you say is the most crucial aspect? What is the inherent talent? There's things that can be taught, there's skills that can be given, but what is an inherent talent that makes people gravitate? I have a producer over here, in Andre, who, in regards to skills can be taught. What can't be taught is the fact that he's one of the most decent human beings I've ever met in my life, really generous and warm, which makes him an incredible steward. I can't teach him that. That's something I can't make him better at. What in regards to teaching is that inherent quality?
I think it's learning the communication and learning to read people. So the reason we started the Train the Trainer program was twofold. We have previous students, alumni, who come back and visit the class and just, hey, haven't seen you guys in a while. And we run into students all the time out in the wild, and always ask them how you're doing. And the ones that say, I'm no longer driving, we always ask them what happened. And a lot of the times, maybe not a majority, but a lot of the times it was, well, I got a trainer that yelled at me the whole time, or I got a trainer that slept in the back, or I got a trainer that wouldn't let me back the truck up, so I got frustrated. And then on the other side of that, we had companies calling us and saying, hey, we've got people we'd like to be trainers, but they're not sure how to do it. So the truck driver by nature is a solitary person who is very good at what they do, but may not necessarily be good at communicating how they do it. So I look at like the sports guy. If you're excellent at soccer and it came easy to you, you will have more trouble describing how you learned that thing than the person who struggled at soccer and worked at it and worked at it and worked at it. So the truck drivers worked at it, or this came easy to them, and that's why they stayed in their careers, but they don't necessarily know how to communicate that information or how to say, okay, this person's a different generation than I am. Maybe me yelling at them isn't going to get to them. Maybe I need to approach it a different way, or maybe they need to be yelled at because they're being lazy. But learning how to read that and know which tool to use, just because you have a hammer doesn't mean that the hammer is always the right thing to do. What tool is the best tool to use to get through to that person, and how do we, teach them the skills that they need so that I can turn them loose eventually, and they're going to be as safe as I have.
I have to ask this question. It's going to seem out of left field, but it actually relates to what you just said. I was kind of curious, are you a baseball fan or a football fan or a basketball fan?
Football.
Okay, so you're a football fan. So we all know that Lou Holtz was about as lousy a wide receiver as you could possibly imagine. Tommy Lasorda never made it to the big leagues, and there is a list of baseball managers and football coaches who, and I'll give you another great example. Tony Romo can watch a football game and break it down like there's no tomorrow. He was a very late draft pick. He had to study his ass off in order to become a starting quarterback, and because of that, his understanding of the game is off the chart because he had to use his brain to make it work. And that's kind of what you're suggesting here. Is that
very real.
If you're intuitively talented, you're like, it's kind of like when people say, how can you not hit pitch? And I tell people all the time, no, you were born with an inherent knowledge of what pitch is, which means it's harder to teach what pitch is if you know it instinctively. Is that kind of what you're getting at here?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. The things that come easy to you, you don't have to learn inside out and backwards. The things that come hard to you are the things that you're learning inside out and backwards. And then you have 16 different ways to explain it to somebody else because you had to do that 16 things, I saw it with kids when I was teaching PE. I've seen, you look at that star athlete makes the worst coach. The athlete who had to work the hardest makes the best coach.
Yeah, and
most of the time.
Well, absolutely. There are the exceptions actually prove the rule. The exceptions are like, I think about I'll give a baseball example, Don Mattingly, who was an extraordinary baseball player. But what's neat is towards the end of his career, he began to get injured a lot and had to figure out ways to compensate for his injuries. I think that's what made him a good manager in the end, was that he was forced to do self-analysis beyond the pure talent. And that makes a big difference too. That's a big thing as well. Often when you have people who are raw talent and don't have what I call the internal discipline, who have to develop it to hone their talent. But all of those things actually prove the rule you're talking about rather than kind of defy it. And it's a really neat thing. How do you, have you ever been in a classroom with somebody, and it's so early in the process, and be like, when this gal gets up to speed, she's not only going to be a good driver, she's going to be a great trainer. Have you seen that before in a classroom?
No, absolutely. And like I said, I go in the first day, and one of the things I say to the students is, do not compare your progress to anybody else's progress. You all are coming in with different skills, different abilities, different talents, different experiences. And the thing that is hard for you is going to be easy for somebody else. But they're not going to be out on the road with you. You're going to be out on the road by yourself or with a different person. But you got to compare your progress to your own progress. But we see it all the time with students who they are putting in the effort and they're struggling, but they are working harder and harder and harder than everybody else. That student is going to be just fine. The student who is kind of lazy about it, but still doing okay, they're the ones we worry about.
Oh, it's the hardest thing. By the way, I call it last night study syndrome. There are people who literally are so smart that they can pick up stuff in the blink of an eye. The problem is when they run into something that they can't pick up in the blink of an eye, they get deeply frustrated. You know what I'm talking about? That idea
Exactly.
of when it comes really easy, those moments when you hit the wall, you can watch them. The deep sighs begin, the frustration begins, they get angry at everybody around them, and it's kind of a remarkable thing. And that's the moment of adjustment. I want to ask, as an educator, are you able to take people aside and say, look, this has all come very easy. This is the first wall you hit. This is the first time you had to deal with adversity. Do you have strategies to get people through that and make them into the good drivers that they want to become?
We do, and so one of the things that we work with our instructors, because we do a train the trainer program with our instructors too, is recognizing those signs, that frustration, and being able to pull that student aside and say, hey, kind of what's going on? So as an instructor, you're the drill sergeant, you're the cheerleader, you're the therapist, you're the parent patting them on the back going, hey, you're doing really good. So you kind of got to read the person to know what the right thing is to do. But we have multiple conversations with that student. Hey, look, I can see you're getting frustrated, but keep in mind, look where you started 3 weeks ago. Look at all the progress that you've made. I just watched you, offset parallel park, and you did amazing. You couldn't do that 2 weeks ago. So take a deep breath, give yourself credit for what you've accomplished, and take a break for a second, and let's come back at it later. Being teachable and being able to take that breath and de-escalate your own emotions is probably the biggest key to being successful in the class.
I will tell you, it is that is teachable, by the way. So as frustrating and sometimes as obstinate as things can sometimes seem, the ability for self-analysis, which I didn't think at first was teachable, I have come 180 degrees on that, by the way. I have come to believe absolutely you can teach people how to take that breath. This was so cool, Tina, yesterday. So we had Dr. Ben Kligler on, and he and I were just talking about Steph Curry, the basketball player, and a lot of other people's work on breathing. And it's extraordinary that simply taking a breath and bringing more oxygen into your bloodstream actually allows you to have this moment where you can actually do analysis of what's going on. And that's a teachable thing. At the end of the day, teaching people to breathe better is an extraordinary thing that you kind of make happen. Let me ask you what you got coming up now in regards to, are you still innovating and thinking about new ways of teaching? Do you have new programs you're looking at, or are you refining what you've got going on?
We continuously refine the Train the Trainer program, but we're always looking at new ways to bring skills to students. We're a member of, and I know you're familiar with the NAPFTDS, the Publicly Funded Truck Driver Training School Association. So we're hosting the Region 7 conference in September, and the focus of this conference is going to be on leveling up our instructors. Like, what are the other tools we can give our instructors? Each college that's part of this program, this organization has amazing instructors and has amazing programs. What are the things that this college does that's excellent with their instructors, and what are the things that we do that are excellent with our instructors, and kind of bringing that to the table so that we're stepping up that level and making it more of a, for lack of it, like just written down. What are the good things that you do? Those best practices that you do, we all kind of do them, but there's things that I can learn from each college and things that they can learn from us because we're all kind of working towards the same goal of putting very safe drivers out there.
And by the way, just to kind of let you know, this goes back to the old football analogy. I don't know how many coaches actually offer coaching seminars to their fellow coaches, by the way, because best practices mean that you are actually the best among the best as opposed to winning in a sea of mediocrity. It makes such a difference. Our friends at the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, by the way, Tina, of course, over at Cecil College, that is one of their members. Go to Cecil, CECIL.edu/CDL. And you'll find out all about them. They're also on Cecil College Drives over on the Book of Face. Tina, I am so glad you could make it back. We're going to try to get out there in September, by the way. Would love to see everybody. I actually got a chance to go to the one in Galveston. Really have a good time with you guys. Go have the best of days. It's great talking to you again.
Thank you, you too. you.
All righty, dear. Oh, absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Dre. Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you so much, everybody. The numbers are way up, by the way. Keep hitting that like button on the tube of you, man. Something is going on. I don't know what it is, but people are beginning to figure out that Road Gang Radio is where the action is. Keep encouraging people to subscribe. I can't believe it, Dre. People are just jumping on this platform like crazy. I want to give a big shout out to our friends at truckdown.com. They, of course, serve all 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. What they do is they link up providers to people who are broken down on the road and make sure that you guys can get out of the ditch and back onto the road. Since 1997, truck up, and get down at truckdown.com. We'll be right back. And, of course, that means Lindsay LaRue is on her way. Give her a big shout out on the tube of you. We'll be right back after these messages. 615-292-6366 is where the action is over here in the Crescent City at the Fastport Studios. Phone Master Dre, Madison with a T, Lindsay Lawler is coming on the scene. I'm really excited about the Last Revel. They're showing up here on the scene. Can't wait to get them into the game. You guys keep on watching, keep on listening, stay in the game, have a lot of fun, and I'm stoked, dude. I'm just stoked. It's a good time. I get to see Lindsay in a second, too.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Do you want to get the most out of your diesel engine? With Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst, you'll experience extended engine life, fewer regenerations, and a smoother, quieter engine every time you hit the road. Their advanced formula reduces wear and tear, helps you maximize performance, and get the most mileage out of your parts. Don't settle for less. Unlock the full potential of your vehicle with Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Oh, hour 3, and that means Lindsay's back in town. So live from the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA, straight to you from Nashville, this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Trucking's wild card Jimmy Mack and Nashville country Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, we can hear you all right, my dear. Good morning to you. Hey, Lindsay Lawler, how you doing? She's over there in the Crescent City. By the way, I'm here in the Crescent City. She's over in Franklin, Tennessee. I could hear her, Dre. As we say, we're still figuring out this Sonus board.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you just fine and dandy. Everybody can hear you. I think everybody can hear. Morning gang. Lindsay Lawler just joined. We got her. Marshall, by the way, says morning gang. I like to change the name of this entire organization to morning gang. How we doing over there, Phone Master Dre?
We should be good.
Can you hear us, Lindsay?
I can. I am so tired of internet issues. I'm going to pull my hair out. Good morning.
Good morning, by the way. Absolutely. Let it out, man. Let that stuff out, man. The interwebs with the newfangled technologies and all this kind of stuff. Man, we are just rolling. Steve says, Lindsay. Marshall says, good morning to you. By the way, something really big is brewing down here in the Big Easy and up in Franklin, Tennessee, because, Lindsay, I've been noticing the numbers have been up all over the place. We've had some nice numbers this morning, in regards to, I'm not going to get into the details of what it means.
Nice numbers, like 7. I think 7's a nice number.
Yeah, actually it is.
4,
by the way.
I think 4 is a nice number.
I don't like 4, by the way.
That's my birthday, December 4th.
Yeah, well, maybe it's the 12 that balances it out.
I've always knew you hated me.
12 is a solid, though. Maybe it's 12 is the reason I like it. Because
4 is my birthday.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That 12 actually balances out the 4. I think the 12 and the 4 kind of work together. Now, I'm not a big fan of 6 either. I think 6 is kind of weak. I think 7's strong. I think 5's strong.
You're an odd guy. That tracks.
Yeah, it really does. Although I'm not opposed to 2. I don't have a problem with 2. 2's okay as far as I'm concerned. But you know how it is. You know how it goes. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning to you, Lindsay. How was your evening last night, by the way?
Let's see. My evening was good. It was went and saw my parents, did some grocery shopping, got back in the swing of things here at home. It was our first night just to be home in a long time. So we did nothing, and I'm going to continue on that train in my evenings for the rest of this week. But it was good. It was chill. I listened to the last Revel quite a bit. Holy smokes. Good Lord. Good God Almighty. Very excited to talk to them coming up in just about 25 minutes. How was your evening?
Well, it's really kind of funny because I didn't even talk about the Last Revel yesterday. I remember, I know the Last Revel. I love them. I mean, it's like a band that I really, really like. And it's like, when Benjamin Dakota Rogers came on, I'm like, I know this band. And I was getting ready to actually ask Claire, hey, man, can we look at the possibility of maybe getting the Last Revel on? Their album's coming out. And I looked at the calendar and I went, holy Toledo.
Yep.
I was like, they're here, by the way. Just crazy. I'm like, I can't. I get excited about a lot of the artists we bring on, but I don't get like over the moon stoked. I don't even know how to describe this music because and tell me if you get where I'm coming from here. I have never heard anything so fast paced that simultaneously manages to carry that air of bluegrass sadness. It's
the Irish. That's got an Irish vibe about it. That's why.
It really does. It moves along on this incredible clip, and at the same time, it doesn't lose any of the grit or sadness or gravitas that often comes with that. And so it is, I guess the best word for what they do is stirring. It is incredibly stirring. It feels galvanizing is what it feels like, as opposed to being like upbeat or up-tempo or, really fun. I mean, look, all great art is fun. I've always said that. At the end of the day, if you're not having fun, you're probably not enjoying yourself. That's a real simple thing. But they really have something going on that is just pulsing, driving, and really kind of it makes you stand up and pay attention. And I really hope people check them out. And like we said before, we said about Ramona, we say about everything. You've reminded me to say this. Download these guys. Their new album comes out in about 24 hours. And the 2 singles they have released from it are just dynamic.
Go on.
Exactly.
Go on. And they're produced by a guy from Dave from Trampled by Turtles, which makes me excited too. Anyway, it's going to be a fun conversation. One of many more coming up. A lot of cool artists actually coming up in the weeks to come. We Should Write launches next week. And Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth will be our first guest on the show. They're live in New Orleans, so I'm very excited about that. There was something I was really excited to talk to you about, and I was all ready and launched to go, and I was reminded of it by when you were talking this morning to John Fry, and now when I couldn't get online, I've completely forgotten what it is.
I'm actually going to buy you time. It's something
Thank
I
you.
want to talk about, and I make a deal as I make with every single person, and then we'll get to the phone lines here in a second. But I will make a deal with you that I make with everybody. I'm going to start talking about something that I was thinking about in regards to you and We Should Write when I was talking on an education station. The moment you think about what it is you didn't remember,
I can interrupt you?
You just go, I got it. Just
Great.
literally do it.
I feel like it's not going to come back. I'm going to have to make something else up, but I'll come up with something.
It's one of my favorite things, by the way, let people just say, I got it. And it's like, okay, we got it. Let's do it. So one of the things that we got into with Tina that is so important, and it's a skill that I think a lot of people are lacking, not the people, of course, who are on the chat on YouTube or Facebook or any place else to talk. Those are smart people. But a lot of people miss the point here. Self-analysis is so important in regards to if you're really talented, if things come easy, if you have instinctive, intuitive skills, a lot of people hit the wall when the first challenge comes out. Like I said, it begins. It's like these really talented people. Johnny Manziel is a great example of that. Pure, raw talent, never had to work for anything in his life. And the first time he hit challenges, the drugs started, I got to stick around. I got to practice. I got to get better. What is that about? Why can't I just get out of here and go? Blah, 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 blah. And one of the things I was hoping that you guys might talk about, not with Fred LeBlanc, but just at some point during We Should Write, it seems that is one of the biggest challenges. Truly, naturally gifted, talented people, whether it's about driving a truck or whether it is about, playing music. That moment in time where you say, oh my God, it's my first challenge. How do I deal with this? How do I get better when getting better has always been an easy or instinctive thing for me? I'm really interested in how people deal with that because as she pointed out, if you start off having to work hard for everything in your life, you instinctively know how to do it. And when you finally hit that wall of, I don't know how to back up. Well, too bad. Get good. GITGUD. Get good. And it goes down. Absolutely. You follow me on that? I mean, is that something that you're interested in? Because, man, we got into the weeds with that with Tina Durborough. I mean, we got really into the weeds on that. Is that something that does that for you? And by
you get good, you mean?
Yeah, how you get good when, not just how you get good, but how you get good when getting good has always been easy and you hit your first wall. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. And my instinct is to say, which is the only thing that I am having to lean on these days, because I feel like I lost, well, I guess I can't say lost, because we're all on the journey we're supposed to be on, blah, blah, blah. And if the minute you have regret, you're screwed, I guess. But, I like to say that there's no good and bad. There's just lessons and experiences. And so, but I feel like if I am going to go to the negative side, I could say that I lost a lot of years in Nashville and in LA trying to chase something, trying to be something, and it all stemmed from not having confidence in myself and then working with people who sort of who I was comfortable with. And I don't want to say people that held me back, but perhaps I tried to do what they wanted to do or be who they needed me to be or whatever, And I think that the getting better place, at least for me, is starting to come. And I mean this like as of very recently, starting to come from the flow over force that I always talk about, like letting go, not trying to force things, not trying to put a square peg in a round hole, and more letting it come to you, but also just leaning in to be like, who am I? What lights me up? And following instincts. I mean, the tiniest instincts. When we talk about following our instincts, I don't mean like, should I move to Montana? I mean like, what should I eat? What should I say? That thing in my head, should I say it out loud? Yes. Yes. And like taking one extra second, and whether that's in songwriting or creating or work here on radio or whatever, it's like, think for 1 second. And then if you think you want to say it, say it. And I love when one thing you say, whether this is in songwriting or in a conversation we have with a guest on the air, when you see the one thing you says changes the whole trajectory of things, of a conversation, of a song, of how it's, that's my favorite part about songwriting, quite frankly, is like, hey, we were going this direction, and then I said this, and it took it to a whole nother level. So I don't know if that's answering your question, but I think that just leaning into trusting that whatever I output is what I'm supposed to output, and leaning on my own talent and responsibility, I guess, and that is what's helping me shift.
Well, and by the way, that's exactly what I was asking, and I'll tell you this too before we bring Chowder on the phone and tell him good morning. One of, like yesterday, was one of my favorite moments during an interview. We were talking to Ben Anderson. It's a terrific interview. It's available, by the way, on the Tube of You, where you can hear it on replay. It's a really great and a very honest analysis and appraisal of himself. Man, he is raw and honest about who he was and who he's become. I didn't have that.
He inspired my dad. He
Yeah.
truly inspired my dad, actually. We talked about it yesterday.
There was something that he inspired me because I said something that I came up with on the spot. I did not have that in my back pocket when I talk about the idea that art is dangerous, art is dark, art is difficult, and that a lot of people develop drinking problems because of art or the desire to get better because they don't have the initial courage to go to that place. And they have to get a little liquid courage either to decompress from having taken the risk or in order to take the risk. And one of the things I said yesterday, and it, like I said, it was an epiphany, was that, sobriety knows the way out. That actually
You could tell that landed for him, too, when
Yeah.
you said it.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing, I mean, you had the wherewithal to trust what was boiling inside of you to say it, and you could hear it landed for him. Therefore, I know it landed with people listening as well.
Well, and that's exactly, and you hit the key word on the head, and it's so important as we get ready to bring Chowder on the phone here. What is so important about all of that is that I think the best adjustment, the biggest adjustment, whether it's in education, whether it's about getting better, whether it's about improving your art, it doesn't make any difference. I think the real trick, and it goes back, it's a synonym metaphorically for your word flow, and that synonym, of course, is listening. You need to listen. For instance, Chowder's listening right now. We're going to bring him on the phone right now. So, and say good morning to you. How you doing, Chowder? Good morning, and welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning, brother.
Guten Morgen, Herr Lindsay. Wie viel ist du this morgen? Hey, Chowder, not a smart guy, but Jimmy, you there?
I'm here, brother. I'm listening.
Oh, there you guys are. I got beeps and buzzers and dings going on. The wife will have to wait. But, hey, I wanted to comment first on beards. Chowder had a great beard in high school, and it led to numerous groovy, nice, procurable substances at a young age that I could make good gas money on. So a good beard is always good to have. Unfortunately, my wife doesn't like the beard, so I have to have the goatee now. The technology part, I liked a lot of what John was talking about, and I really like the idea of eradicating the South version of rabbits, hogs that overbreed and overdestroy. That would be kind of a cool trip. But my problem with technology, as many people know, is it doesn't make things more efficient or better. It just makes it convoluted, bigger problems, lazy, and incoherent of people to become better because they rely too much on AI and spreadsheets.
Yeah, but Chowder, let me ask you this. So I'm just curious because I know there's a lot of people, especially in trucking, who say exactly what you're saying. That I'm not going to rely on, or I don't want to rely on technology. It makes me lazy. But my question for you, and it's a question. It's not a critique by any means.
Right.
I'm just like, it's not going away. Technology is only going to evolve and get more and more. So knowing that that's your opinion of it, how do you can't obviously ignore it. By you, I mean the universal you. You can't ignore it. It is a part of your industry and your life. So having that sort of, whatever your take on it, how do you balance that out? Having to use it? Like, do you pick and choose? It's like, okay, as my party line, I don't want it, but here are the 3 things that I am going to lean on.
I lean on air conditioning, automatic windows, and a cell phone for making phone calls and texting, and that's it.
Okay, I don't know if you could call automatic windows technology. I mean, it is. That was technology a very long time ago. I'm talking about current things. Current.
Okay. Well, I'm not doing AC/DC because I'm not a music guy. But here's my biggest problem. I use it because I'm forced to do it because nobody will call anybody anymore. And in trucking, that's our biggest problem. I.e., I had 4 late Cisco loads because I had a tire blowout. Nobody rescheduled anything because they wouldn't pick up a phone to do it. They sent emails that everybody gets thousands of them a day and then want to blame everybody, including the driver, as the main culprit of it. And that's where our problem with technology is. It's great in offices. It's not good in real-world practicality if you actually do a job.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that.
I'm actually going to...
So I will ignore every email, electrical message sent to me until somebody picks up a phone to call me. And that's how I deal with it.
You should put that on your outgoing message on your email.
I would if I could figure out how to send an email.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't get the postage stamp on it, and the computer doesn't fit in the mailbox, the blue ones especially.
By the way, Chowder, 1 second. I'm letting Dre know this right now. A number of people are commenting that Chowder is low, not in my headphones where I can hear him blazing hot. He is low in regards to people being able to hear him on the air. So wanted to kind of point that out. Chowder, give us a second to make sure, because you're saying a lot of great stuff. Lindsay, I do want to point out, and I think it's really interesting, I am thrilled, though, that Chowder did point out, I know it's funny, it's a great comedy moment of AC, electronic windows, and texting. And the reason why is that he's not caught in what I call the hypocrite trap, where they say, I hate all technology. Now, excuse me while I use my remote control on the television
Yeah,
set.
you realize. Yeah, people are like, "Oh, I'm not gonna. AI's listening to me. I'm not gonna get on it. Hey Siri, what's the weather?" Yeah, I mean, like exactly. So same point.
Yeah, Marty says he is very low. So let's see. Let's try it again. Chowder, go ahead and talk, and we're going to get some shout-outs.
All right. My other thing I would like to comment briefly, quickly, or whatever is, I like the education station lady, Tina. I believe everything she's talked about is great, spot on. Chowder used to be a trainer, and Chowder used to train trainers. And I found the biggest skill that Chowder had was, I know this comes as a shock to the world, Chowder says it how he sees it, when he sees it, and doesn't worry about a filter of saying it, which sometimes doesn't work well in the politically correct environment that we live in. So I gave up on training. But I think the biggest, I don't know if it's problem or issue I see between the world of the training side of the education and the practical application of hiring people in the recruitment side, and I think the problem that needs to be solved or blended somehow, and I don't mean like a milkshake, is they need to find out how they can do this education and training in a real world situation, because it seems like recruiters push this industry as a job, when we all know this industry is a lifestyle, and they don't teach to the lifestyle, but they teach to the education and making them be able to drive and back up. And I think if they could find a way to make it a teachable class on hours of how service actually works, that like for 1 week you might work an 8 to 5, but the next day you're going to work a 2 to 2 in the morning, and then you might turn around and run a 3 to 1. And if they could get to where they could ever teach it that way, so they start to build a foundation of how the lifestyle really works, it'll probably be a better education and a better recruiting environment.
I'm going to respond to this, Lindsay, and kind of give people a sense of what we're talking about here. For every program that we have on Education Station, and every single one of those programs, by the way, is either associated with the CVTA or the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, I will tell you this. I've looked this up. It is staggering. The number of educational outlets that aren't members of either CVTA or NAFP-FTS is staggering. There are so many fly-by-night, wham bam, thank you on the highway, slam on your brakes organizations out there who are doing exactly what Chowder's afraid of, Lindsay, and it's the fact of, and by the way, entertainment has this problem as well, too, Chowder. The idea that we still haven't figured out how to train people up and then hand them. We don't have apprenticeship programs in a lot of professions, and in truck driving, which is why we're so proud of our Fastport Association, is that they are like, how do we figure out how to really apprentice people and get them on board and up to speed? And a lot of trucking companies don't see their responsibility as finishing the job that the school started. That's it.
I really enjoy Tina when she comes on, and I can't think of the guy that has the trucking school out of California that started the whole thing. He's very good when you have him on. But and maybe it's because Chowder's not an educator or trainer, technical aspects of teaching people in a learning environment. And I just think as adults going to trucking, they're students learning a career field and they're only accustomed to 8 to 5. Well, if that's the case, go learn how to make hot dogs and Wienermobiles, because that is a school that you can learn from 8 to 5.
Oh my God! Now that's what I want to do. I so badly want to drive that Wienermobile.
That's right. And I remember what I really wanted to talk to you about, Lindsay, after I got off on this little tangent.
Not wieners?
I loved your... no, I can't talk about those things. It's not an adult subject channel.
Take it easy.
But I wanted to tell you I enjoyed your reel of you tickling the ivories and swinging in the threads and all that. I thought that was a well done reel you did.
Thank you. They're so fun. I have so much fun doing those and seeing what everybody's going to come up with each week. My day is Tuesday, so that means my reel comes out every Tuesday. That was fun, and I I enjoy seeing where am I going to be today. So thanks for watching, brother. I'm sure it's giving me,
You're
you know
welcome.
what? It's going to make me tickle ivories more doing these reels, make me get my confidence
This
up
is
to
a
tickle the
family show,
ivories.
Lindsay. This is a family show.
There you go. But I got to
Yeah,
step
baby.
out and let educational people that know how to really speak get on here. So we'll catch you hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana, chowda. Love you, brother.
Oh man, like I said, so much of and by the way, Robert Braswell's segment today was great. It was a great trifecta of guests in the first 2 hours as we make a living. We've shifted over into making a life. I can't tell you how excited I am about actually having the last Revel on. We're going to actually have, if I got this right, Ryan Acker and Lee Henke are going to be here. The banjo player and the guitar player are going to be joining us, and I'm really excited about that. Like I said, guys,
I got to find out which one of them has the multicolored mustache, if that's Ryan or Lee. Got to figure, because it's brown on one side and gray on the other, white on the other. White, I'll say white. And I thought it was, when I saw the picture at first, I thought it was him smoking, and that was smoke coming out of his nose. But it's just the white side of his mustache.
you know why I don't have a stash, why I have a beard instead, and probably will lose the beard at some point this summer, or really kind of scruff it down to almost non-existent, is, dude, when you're bald and you have a stash, I mean, you better have the broadest face in the world, or you just look like, a guy in the middle of a circus ring going, come see the lions. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's kind of what you do. Anyway, aren't you the guy that says, come see the lions?
Come see the lions. I say, listen to the lion. That's Van Morrison, though. That's kind of fun, by the way. Yeah. Did you think about what you wanted to talk to me about? Did it ever come in?
No clue. I'm going to have to go back and listen to the show so I can remember it.
Actually, do the
what
whole...
I do want to say, though, that's fun. So I had a call yesterday, since Aubrey was on your show this week. Well, that was, 2 days ago, I believe?
Yes, it was on Nemo Nation.
We had so Rick Rain, who is a rapper that I'm working with, he's coming back in town that first week in August. He and his producer, and then myself and Mark Evitz, we're going to get together to finish this track that we're working on. And Aubrey had a great idea that she's totally getting behind now. Our song is called The Other Side. And it's a duet, really, where I'm on the other side. I've passed, and I am singing back to Rick, who's rapping back to me. We're having this conversation, this dance about. I'm like, hey, I'm up here with your loved ones. Keeping them safe till you get here, kind of vibes. Essentially, we're looking down on you. That's what it is. But it's a conversation. And anyway, Audrey had the brilliant idea, as she's really involved with the Final Ride. Obviously, we also work with Truckers Final Mile, having that be a real part of the show, that this becomes a song that they can use on their final drive and Trucker's Final Mile. So I love that idea for Audrey. She's getting behind it now, and we're going to shoot the music video, and that will be the imagery of it.
I love that, by the way.
Cool,
I love that, by the way. And speaking of that, you can see me over here on the Google Meet. So I don't know if you've noticed this, and we're talking about things that you guys can't see, but we got the pictures up. I got Showtime's.
What is that? Speaking of that, I talked about a song, and you said, "Speaking of that, there's pictures behind my head." How was that? Speaking of that, just out of curiosity.
Songs, by the way. The idea of Dr. John is behind me, but the Final Mile is. Speaking of that, I wanted to know, when you make your final mile over to New Orleans, what it is you're bringing. You said it's a picture of you, but what is the picture of?
It's a picture of me thinking about you.
That's not true. That is not true at all.
Yeah, I'm just peering into the universe saying, what is Jimmy doing right now?
Oh, my God.
It's me on stage at CMA Fest. A really cool shot that somebody captured, a photographer captured, and it's an awesome shot from a couple years ago on stage at CMA.
Well, I know where it's going to go then. I know exactly where we're going to put it. I've actually got it already visualized in my head. It's got to see how big it is, figure it out, get it going on.
Rectangle, FYI. We can talk about that later. Let's give the measurements on air. This is gripping radio here at RadioNemo.
That's so funny, though. It's like we can talk about that later, and it's like it sounds like a euphemism, like a rectangle.
Yeah, I'll show you where I'm going to shove that picture.
Yeah, it's a euphemism, a rectangle. You know what I'm talking about. You know what's going on here. It's Road Gang Radio, by the way. You can listen to us on the Heart of Eye. You can listen to us on the Book of Face. You can listen to us on the Tube of You. If you have the audacity, you can listen to us on Odyssey. And of course, we are actually posting and expanding every single second of the day. I know this because I actually get told what podcasts are being put together when I check weekends at RadioNemo.com. Lindsay, I'm going to keep on people about this. I really want people to follow the challenge to get a bunch of kids to say the Pledge of Allegiance so we can get a whole bunch of different pledges of allegiances kind of going on.
I'm getting I have to wait till my daughter goes back to school, but I'm getting her classroom to do it. She starts back the first week of August, so I will have them do it as soon as they go back.
Yeah, do that. And also the other thing is, too, you and Evid should do a national anthem. And since you
We
have
have.
Rick Rain around, you should really get Rick to do a national anthem as well, too. I mean, the man can sing, so why not get him to do a national anthem?
Mevitz and I have done one. It's almost done, but we can't play it yet. But I'll send it to you.
Send it to me. Send it
Okay.
to me. Send it to me. I would really like that. Speaking of sending it to us, we have a great next guest. Lindsay, do you want to just kind of set this up before they arrive on the scene? This is
I'll
terrific
set it
stuff.
up and you can do the intro. We bring them on because I know you're drooling over them, as am I. But the last Revel joining us next, you can't even really call them a folk band. They're what we're leaning into more. They are their own genre because they put their own stank on everything they do, and I mean that in the best of ways. But this band, man, you said it earlier, just talking about them. I mean, they're such a driving force. And I put it on, and I felt like I was going to fall off my chair. And they keep it up. They're able to do a thing, which we'll talk to them about, where the energy stays there from top to bottom, but you're also not like exhausted. You know, some bands like I'm wearing a Metallica shirt right now. That's I listen to Metallica, and then I feel like I'm exhausted and I have to take a nap. These guys, I'm so lit up by the time the song's over that I'm like, more. I want more. And I was playing it for my husband yesterday too, and who is a pretty harsh critic. And I look over and I see him tapping his toe faster and faster and faster and faster. Like, who is this? I want to listen to this. So yeah, very excited to have these guys on. Ryan Acker, who's a banjo player, and Lee Hinkey, who's a guitar player, will be joining us. They're out on the road. They've got a show in November in Nashville, which I will 3,000% be going to. November's the best time in Nashville, too, so just saying.
By the way, November's the best time in Nashville. November's the best time in New Orleans. Lots of great stuff going on both in the Crescent City and over in the Music City. We got to take a quick break here because we're turning ourselves into a music city of sorts. The last Revel is going to be here on the scene on the other side of this break. It's Road Gang Radio, #RGR. That also means Road Gang Resistance. It also means Roger.
It also means Revel.
Does it?
No, it does.
Road Gang Revel? Revel Gang Road?
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio, which is riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack in New Orleans, and then we have Lindsay Lawler in Nashville.
Yeah!
Take it away!
Perseverance.
Yes.
Place.
Check.
And personal honesty.
Cross-check.
Tight harmonies.
Check.
And heartfelt songwriting, by the way.
Check.
I am talking about, of course, The Last Revel.
Oh, my God.
Years of heavy touring and a 2019 hiatus. The group reconvened with a refreshed perspective and a stronger bond. This comeback, by the way, has resulted in 2 albums since reuniting. 2021's Dovetail. In 2021, Dovetail, and their upcoming release, Gone for Good, which is due out on the 18th.
Go on.
2025 on 30 Tigers. By the way, it's produced by Trampled by Turtles. It's the band's sixth album, is described as an ode to the lifetime of an artist, capturing their renewed commitment to their craft and each other. Gone for good. With that album, they are poised for their best year yet. I actually agree with that, by the way, based on simply the strength of Go On and Solid Gone. Holy moly, holy Toledo, holy get yourself on board with The Last Revel, by the way, guys. As they say themselves, embracing a deeper clarity in their identity and purpose, absolutely, and focusing on, and by the way, I got to tell you, I'm actually getting a little bit upset that people use the word authenticity, I think, in the wrong way. This is used in the absolutely right way because they are authentic. There ain't nothing else like this, guys, by the way. When they say perseverance, place, and emotional honesty, that's not just about their character. That is about what these songs are about. There is a stick-to-itness grit that goes on here that is deeply moving while at the same time driving. It's really hard to have an up-tempo song that is deeply moving. I'm not kidding. Go through them, think about them, and this music sings in a way that you guys have not heard before, all of our friends out there listening. It feels like the back roads, you can hear the grit rolling up into the tires while the engine is souped up, and at the same time, you can feel the world passing you by. It is my pleasure to welcome Brian Acker and Lee Henke, banjo player and guitar player, respectively, of The Last Revel. Good morning to you both.
Good
Hi
morning.
there.
Hi, guys. Well, we've been drooling over you all morning on air like total creepers because we are huge fans and so excited to have you on. And where I want to start, because I totally giggled, guys, one thing on your Instagram, I love your tagline where it says, "How are you not more famous since 2011?" I love that. I get that. I feel that. I'm a songwriter and artist in Nashville. And, anytime when I used to play downtown and people would be like, that you guys know what I'm about to say. When people are like, "Oh, I can't wait to say I knew you when," I'm like, how about now? Just say you know me now. Like, I'm doing fine, guys. I'm fine. I'm making music. Everything's fine, right? So I hate that when people are like, why do more people not know you? And I'm like, you guys are missing what's important here. Do you know me? Do you like my music? We're good. So I just want to start out talking there because whoever one of you wants to take this first, was there ever a moment when you were like, we got to start or stop caring about anyone thinks and just lean into the music we're making and just go with it? Because I believe once you don't give a shit, that's when everything starts happening for you. And in a respectful way, of course, when you don't give a shit about what doesn't matter and you only care about the music and what drives you and pushes you forward. And then you cannot take those comments personally and be like, yeah, cool. Whatever. Does any of that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ryan, you take this one. This is like your thing.
Sure. Yeah. I think we, when we got the band back together in 2021, I think we kind of came back to it with like kind of this like renewed sense of like, well, we're just doing this. Ultimately, we're doing it for ourselves in a way of like, well, let's just start playing music together again. And, we already had all this history together, and it was just kind of like, well, let's just get it back together, for ourselves. And that's been kind of like a common theme since 2021 of just being like happy with who we are. And it's really clicking. So it's been fun.
Awesome.
I would also like to add to that. I think we have a little bit of it kind of adds gasoline to the whole fire when we do have haters. When there is like someone who says like, "Oh, I don't like that," or who wants to listen to this, and we're like, "Well, we're not bluegrass." It ignites this flame of like, we get to do whatever the hell we want, and we don't really care. Which is, it's motivating in a way.
Well, on that, just a real quick follow-up, Jim, but on that then, because we talk a lot on this show about throwing genre out the window, and people say to you, I'm trying to shift, and people are like, what music, what genre are you? And I'm like, well, today I don't know, I made this track. Tell me what you think. I don't know. And I think when you throw that in the window is real power, but also that idea, what you just said, Dude, when I finally realized I'm not for everyone, which was like literally this morning, because my whole life I'm like, I want everyone to like me, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm doing it wrong.
I don't like you, by the way.
I
don't know. Why.
I
Move
finally
on.
realized nobody likes me, and I'm cool with it.
That's it.
But yeah, really, that thing that you just said, when it's like, if everybody likes your music, you're doing it wrong. And is that a power move for you? It's like, because it's like, the more specific you get in what you're saying and what you're vibing on, you would think it kind of has the opposite effect. You think that the more specific you get, you're dimming your audience, but it kind of has the reverse effect, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Lee.
Oh, I was going to say, Ryan always says we've always been too indie for bluegrass and too bluegrass to be indie. And in the early days, I know we were trying to figure out a way to fit into a box or like at least we're self-conscious about not fitting into a box. And now I feel like it's motivating to not be in the box, is to be our own thing and not fight it so much. Don't try and force it. Just do what it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you both laugh. So the thing is, I've been a fan for a while. And I was listening last night, and because we're setting up a studio here in New Orleans, I've been staying with my mother and father on and off. I normally call California my home, but I've been in New Orleans the last 3 months or so for an extended period. I was listening to you guys, and my dad walked into the room, and he'd never heard you before, and he says, man, those guys sound like they're actually both packing pistols but aren't happy about it. And I thought it was one of the best descriptions I ever heard in my life for what your music was.
You can use that on your next T-shirt, by the way.
My dad said, and I said, oh my God, Dad, I said, I think in one sentence you actually captured what I'm trying to kind of sum up here when I talk to these guys tomorrow on the phone. You talked about that, I call it that renewed purpose. I call it drop, a dramatic renewal of purpose. And the energy is there in the songs. I mean, we can hear it, Go On and Solid Gone, which are the first two singles you guys released from an album that is literally, the clock is ticking on the 24-hour window now for that album to drop. And I was kind of curious, when you cut the album, did the set... It's an obvious question, but I hope you get what I mean. Were you guys feeling that same purpose in the playing of it that we're hearing in the recording of it? Did you have that sense of, wait a minute, we got something going on here? As good as we've been, this is something different. Something is really cooking here. And I think you guys have always been great, but there's something really profound that has happened here since you guys have gotten back together. Do you feel that when you play?
Yeah, absolutely. In the studio specifically, like when we were getting ready for this record, we knew the stakes were higher because we booked time with producer and musician Dave Simonette from Trampled by Turtles. And we've been just like lifelong fans of that band and this guy and his songwriting. And knowing that we were going to be in the studio with him kind of like upped the ante right off the bat. And like we approached this record with like, okay, we're really going out on a limb on this one, and we're really like kind of putting it all on the line in the sense like personally and professionally, like we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to like really deliver on this one. So I think just right away having Dave involved, like nobody wanted to show up with a bad song to the studio with Dave Simonette in the studio. So I think like right away that kind of like set the bar pretty high for us. And we worked in a really great studio in Minnesota called Pachyderm Studios. And just the setting with everything just kind of felt perfect. And yeah, when we were cutting the songs, there really was like this profound sense of like, okay, we're really clicking here. It's really happening. And I can't believe it's like the week the record's coming out. It's just very surreal because we finished the record about 1.5 years ago. So we've been sitting on it for a while, just kind of like just preparing for this week specifically. So now kind of looking back, it's like, I don't think there's anything more we could have done for the record and the songs than what we did as far as like effort put in. So it feels good to be here.
Wow, that a 1.5 years that you've been sitting on it. Are you about to lose your mind? I'm sure tomorrow I want to know what you're going to do to celebrate to finally get there. But equal parts the waiting process, because I feel like we talk about a lot. We can, especially in this day and age with all the streaming and social media, like as an artist, you can get overwhelmed with all the other things that have nothing to do with the music and the creation. And it can be really debilitating, I feel like. So it's like that moment that we're just really supposed to create, put it out, move on, create, put it out, move on. But we can get caught up in it. So what is it like for you guys? Tomorrow this record comes out, and if everybody listening doesn't download it, you're doing yourself a great
Download
service.
it. Download it.
Yes,
Don't
download
listen.
it.
Download it. Go and listen. And then listen.
And but I'm curious. Do you guys get? I mean, I know you've got a killer team behind you, but once it's out, do you ever suffer that sort of depression piece of like, well, what now? Especially after you've been waiting 1.5 years to put this out, or are you guys already on to the next? You guys know the next piece. I know you're out on tour. So how do you kind of play both sides of that? I guess I'll say.
Ooh,
yeah.
I always get the release saddies.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's no longer your little baby. It's like, it's got to go grow up on its own. But at the same time, we've never worked with a label before. And 30 Tigers has always been our like dream boat. Like that's the one we want to work with. That's where all our heroes are. So it doesn't feel like release is the end. It feels like it's the beginning this time.
Love that.
So that's helpful too.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please. You're our guest. Go.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. I think there'll be a little bit of like an empty void feeling after this is done. But it's kind of exciting because we have this like huge tour coming up, and you know we've been so excited about playing these songs live for our fans and stuff. And I think that's gonna kind of help, kind of like ease the transition into like having the album out. It'll be a good kind of bridge between the two.
Let me ask you about touring, by the way, and about your interaction with the fans, because we were talking about this yesterday. We talk about this a lot, the idea that the audience is what happens, in the sense that, you know, the songs are the same, even though you might change the way you play them based, you know, on where you're at and all that. But at the end of the day, it's about the relationship you have with your fans. And, you know, one of the things that I've always told Lindsay, too, when she says, you know, I can't wait to say I knew you when, is the fact that there are people who have been with you since the beginning and actually take pride in that. Do you feel any obligation to the fans that you had early, and how do you kind of honor those people who were, and I don't mean like friends and family, I mean the first fans as they begin to show up. Do you feel any obligation to them or any explanation that you owe them, or is it just part of a growing sense of momentum as more people kind of jump on the train?
Gosh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Screw them. Just say no. Screw them all.
They give me like a sense of comfort. Like we just played our first in store, record store performance because we've never had a label before, so we've never had to do that. And one of our OG fans was there. And I remember meeting him at one of the first festivals we played in Montana, and there's something comforting about seeing those people, and they're still there with you, and they still love what you're doing. It's almost like an extension of family that you would choose to want to hang out with. So it is comforting to know that they're still there, and I really don't feel like we're in a genre that changes enough to where we're gonna offend any original fans either. I feel like it's pretty inclusive. It's pretty, I don't know. The palette didn't change that much. I just feel like we're getting better at doing what we do best. So
yeah,
I find the original fans, incredibly encouraging and supportive and very, very grateful. And I hope new generations and tons of more people like it, and I hope no one's deterred by that. I hope they're all on the same train.
We are talking with The Last Revel, Ryan and Lee from the band, banjo and guitar player. You can go to thelastrevel.com. They are out on tour. They'll be playing tomorrow in Wyoming. They have dates in Montana, Virginia. The list goes on. They will be here in Nashville November 8th, Baby at the Basement East, my favorite venue in Nashville. I will be there. I will be the creepy one with the glitter sign. That's
I'll
how
be the
you'll
tall
know.
guy behind her.
That's how you'll know. Okay, so Go On has such a cool story about the writing behind it, and I'm not going to do the talk about specifically how do you write or where are you inspired. I won't ask you that, but what I do want to talk about, because there's this undeniable pulse in your music, and it's like something that's, it's grounded in something ancient yet playing today. It feels like it's like you can feel this beat behind it. And so I don't know if that rhythm, if it comes from a place or a pain or a people, but you can hear it as well. And so the new single Go On, that has a very wild and raw energy, which makes a lot of sense because I read that it came from a solo hunting trip in Montana. From one of you, and the one antlered buck, that may or may not be right, but how does the idea of of that, this hunting trip, a solo hunting trip, which was, I'm not sure which one of you guys you could answer that, but that turned into a song about love and pride, which it's rooted in so many different things. So how do you, I'll ask Lee first, how do you convey that pulse in your music that is so angsty, but yet it doesn't make me exhausted at the end? It makes me inspired at the end. And how does it all tie back to how the song came to be from the hunting trip?
Man, that's a really good question. This is Ryan's hunting trip.
Okay.
When Ryan brought it to me, he had the first two verses. And then we sat in the living room and just drank coffee and tried to figure out a chorus that fit. And then
Drink a lot of coffee, I bet.
Oh my God! Well, that's why that's the pulse. I think the pulse is the coffee, and the hunting trip, and having I don't want to speak for Ryan, but like having that much time to yourself in a pretty intense environment brings up all kinds of different emotions. But I'll let Ryan tell the rest of it.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago now. I think it's 2023. I live in Livingston, Montana, and I was doing a hunting trip. It was the day before Thanksgiving, and I was by myself. And it was the end of the day. And gosh, this one antlered buck came out of the woods. I had no luck all day. This one antlered buck came out of the woods, and he was chasing other deer around, and he was just like, he was obviously like an animal possessed. And I ended up harvesting that buck that evening and packing him out of the woods by myself. Some of these lines from the song kind of came to me, and it was just such an intense moment. It was an intense day, and I think that being out there by myself in that kind of setting kind of really it makes you just more in touch with my subconscious. And it was I just felt kind of just more just elemental. I guess I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, I just kind of like, it was able to just kind of come to me, and I kind of like jotted some of these notes down. And that was kind of the beginning of the song. Yeah. Bringing it to Lee was helpful in the sense of like kind of making it more personal and approachable. I didn't want it to be so obvious about like a deer,
Yeah.
I wanted it to be more.
I didn't know it was about
a human
hunting.
element.
Yeah. Ryan didn't tell me he was writing it about a deer. So when he brought me those first two verses, I was like, wow, this is incredibly like romantic and tragic. So when I wrote the third verse to fill in, I had no idea he was writing about a buck. So I think that's part of it. And I think the idea of, going back to the pulse question, it's, I feel like there was a lot of adrenaline. There's like a theme of adrenaline in that song. Like, dude, packing out a deer by yourself in grizzly country in the dark, you better have a little pulse, a little adrenaline going on, or you're not human. So.
Well, and you just said something too that I think is, some of the biggest bands talk about how they don't like to do interviews too much, because if the more information you give, it takes away from the listener experience. So I love, Lee, that you were like, I didn't know this was a buck. He didn't tell me. I was just listening to the words, where it's so intriguing to me when Ryan, like, he knows what it's about. And that's the real listener experience. It's almost like if you give too much information, it takes away from the listener can pull from it. So I'm so curious to see what your avid fans are going to start taking away from it themselves, because I can guarantee you that song hit for me, but in a billion years I won't do what Ryan just did because I am a wussy. So like completely different experience.
By the way, do you know what song my dad was listening to when he said those fellas are packing pistols, but they ain't happy about it? It was
Go
this song.
on.
It was this song. I mean, which is crazy. Which is crazy. What is it? The veteran actually listens and he goes, "Oh, I know exactly what that's about. I know exactly what that's about." And that's kind of stunning too, because I've often wondered when people are doing their songs in concert, in the studio, there's a point where you have to kind of not think about it and do it. But I've always kind of wondered that. I've asked this to Lindsay too. We talked about the idea of the urgency that you needed to feel to kind of do this. But are you aware of meaning when you're recording or singing a song like this while you're doing that? And does that help inform what you bring emotionally to it? Or do you kind of enter what Victor Turner called the flow state, where it's kind of like, here we go, and whatever I get to on the other side is where I went? Am I making any sense, Ryan? Any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just even just the general subject matter of that song and just the intensity of the chorus and stuff like that, and that banjo fiddle lick that goes along with it, just like all the elements to it just kind of had this like, it's a perfect term for it, just like this purposeful, like sorrowful aggression to it, where it's like we're really just trying to get something out. And I regardless of in the studio who knew what that song was about or like where the origins were about, I feel like everybody connected on it in a personal level to kind of like get that take in the studio. And what you hear on the album is 100% us just playing in the studio together. There's no overdubs on that song at all. So it's like we were only physically able to take about like 3 or 4 takes on that song because of the intensity of it, where like after that last take, it's like, I don't physically think I can do this again. And, and Dave, the producer, kind of connected with that right away. And, one of our bandmates was, in the studio saying like, oh, there's a couple little mistakes here and there. And Dave's like, you just can't overthink a punk song, and you just got to let it be what it is. And like, and it was more important at that time to like get that emotion across versus get the right notes on tape. And yeah, I think that's kind of the perfect example for that song.
Well, and there's so here's what I want our listeners to understand, people who perhaps don't make music. Although you can guess, guys, that the majority of our listenership are over the road truck drivers who have song ideas for days. The stuff they see on the road is intense. So I should probably submit to you some of the things they submit to me, because it's all really great song content. But what's so interesting is in a band, I always secretly wish that if I could go back in time, I would have tried it as a band instead of a solo artist, because there's such a cool synergy, and it's what I get from songwriting, where it's like you get to the co-creation. I get to feel it in that regard. But what you guys get in a band, and then in addition you throw Dave and your producer, and then you throw the rest of the instrumentation that goes on the record, and it's such a, you get everybody's influences dialing in, which takes it to a whole new level. So my question this is for both of you, and I'll ask Ryan first. If you guys were to step away and each do a solo project outside of this band, what would your solo record be? Like if it could be an artist that we know kind of vibe, where would each of you take it on a solo thing, just to do like a crazy, because you have to do the dance when you're in a band, but when you're like, no one else can tell me what to do, I'm making hardcore death metal. Like, what would you be, Ryan?
And you both got 45 seconds.
Okay. It's a funny question, because we actually all have made solo records over the years. And I think mine personally, gosh, I'll probably steal it from Lee, but I think like mine would be like Nathaniel Rateliff, kind of like some of his earlier stuff is just kind of like sad indie singer-songwriter strumming guitar.
Love it.
Yeah, I think Lee would probably steal that one too. But
I'd take that one. I'd take Phosphorescent. It like his album Pride is like it's just weird sounds. And then all of a sudden he's like singing these beautiful melodies over the top. I think what I want to say about being in a band is you never know specifically Vinny. Vinny is our wild card. You never know what Vinny's going to do to one of our songs. So, like, Ryan and I can write all the chords we want. We can hum all the melodies we want. But when Vinny comes in, all of a sudden the song kind of takes a different turn. And I feel like that is the magic of being in a band, is like all of these people have their own opinions that they want to throw at it, and they all have to work together. Where on a solo project, I feel like it's harder to discern what's necessary or what's good, because it's all you. Like, oh yeah, I can do all of this stuff and I can trust myself. But until there's like a wild card or someone else's opinion, it just takes a completely different shape.
Fair enough. It's the best shape ever. So, guys, everybody's commenting over on our YouTube channel and Facebook and all of our platforms that they're all going on and listening now. And everybody's feeling it. Go to thelastrevel.com, REVEL. Check them out on tour. The record is out later this week. Please download it. It will change your life. And I'll tell you what, it's going to get you to your next stop, truck drivers, a lot quicker because of that damn pulse.
Oh, my
Get
God.
it.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Guys, I've been a fan for a long time. It's glad to see you not only back in the game, but Pistols packing. Might not be happy about it, but I'm thrilled. Thank you so much, both of you guys.
Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, guys, we'll say this again one more time with feeling from the top to let everybody out there know you need to head over to thelastrevel.com. That's REVEL, thelastrevel.com. You can find them on the Instagram at thelastrevel. And by the way, their music is everywhere that music is to be found. Trust me, our good friend Steve checked it out. He loved it. Lindsay, that was fun.
Good.
I've actually got a notification when the album drops. I'm sitting down and listening to it from pillar to post. We got to take a quick break here. Tony Mantor is coming up next. A chance to talk to a guy who is deeply involved in his community, both as an artist and as an organizer and as a guy who's actually spreading the good word. Excited. It's a fun show. And then at the end of the show, Lindsay, people are talking bad about us, and that's a good thing.
Oh, cool. I can't wait to hear.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from NOLA to Nashville. Jimmy, Lindsay, where are we?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
On the tube of you, on the eye of heart, on the book of face. We're omnipresent. We're ubiquitous. We are like everything, everywhere, all at once on Road Gang Radio, hashtag RGR. Once again, big shout out to our friends at ShadyRays.com. They've got a great lost and broken protection program. They have outstanding customer service. Most importantly, at ShadyRays.com, they've got your back, and so do Lindsay and I as you make your way down the road.
They got you.
They got you. They got your back. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning. I love my Shady Rays. I also love The Last Revel, who just joined us. What a great band. I like him even more now after talking to him. Good dudes. Talking about good dudes. Speaking of good dudes, our next guest, Tony Mantor, who I've been chatting with over on on the gram of Insta, as Jimmy Mack would say. I actually found Tony through a podcast and then realized he's also a musician and all these things. So he's legendary in Nashville, and very excited to welcome to the show the next guest, Tony Mantor. He's been a staple in the Nashville music scene for decades as a producer, a songwriter, a musician. He's got over 30 top 40 hits to his name, 16 of those which have landed in the top 10. He's worked alongside all kinds of big names here in Nashville. He knows this town inside and out, as do I, so we're going to talk Nashville. But beyond music, Tony has taken on a mission that's actually even more powerful. He's coupled with music. Music is powerful, coupled together. He's the host of the Why Not Me podcast, which focuses on mental health and autism awareness. He's reached over 1.5 million downloads across 99 countries with that podcast. And through his advocacy, he's helping change the way we talk about neurodiversity and inclusion. Special episodes tackling everything from education to the justice system. It's very impactful, guys.
So
it's
important to me.
So important, yes, to you and me. Something we need more of in this world. So we're going to dive in, talk about the work behind the music, the mission, and the microphone. Good morning. Please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Tony Mantor. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for being here.
Welcome back, Tony, by the way, in regards to you and I talked together such a long time ago, and it was so good to see your name pop up again. I was so, as Teddy Roosevelt would say, delighted that you were actually going to be joining us. And I want to kind of start here because, I don't know if you and I talked about this the last time we talked in a galaxy far, far away. Autism, for me, is a very personal issue. My brother's oldest son is about as sweet and lovely a child as you can imagine, and he exists on a completely different frequency from the rest of the world. And he is going to be a handful for my brother to the day my brother shuffles off his mortal coil. And this is something very important to you. So I wanted you to kind of begin by talking about the Why Not Me podcast, how it started, which is really important, but then the shift that you made along the way, because one of the great things about podcasts is that conversation will often take us in a different direction, and we'll find out we are not where we began, but where we needed to be.
Yeah, it's quite a journey, actually. I started this knowing absolutely nothing about autism. What happened is COVID hit, because I'm in the music business here in Nashville, so I decided that I was going to do something for fun, and I was create another album. So I picked songs that I had done and performed live in the past, and then I picked some songs that friends of mine had written. And Why Not Me came to me, and it was about never giving up on your dreams, which is something that I focused on all my social media. Never give up, never give up. So I did that, and then my promoters in New York, Nashville, LA, London, all told me this song is so positive it has to be released. I told them I'm not getting back on the road. I'm not doing this to get out there and perform. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. So long story short, we did release it, and then I decided that we had to do something other than just release a song. So I made a video that paid tribute to our first responders. And that went over really big. And then after everything was done, a couple of months later, I had this lady call me up and ask me if I could do something for them. And she was a speech therapist for autistic children. So I decided to do something. I re-recorded Why Not Me in a more pop version. And then I did a video called Why Not Me Nashville. And it had all the autistic community and special needs community in Nashville come on and do the video. From there, I started the podcast, and it just continued to grow. It's something that I thought would last maybe a few months. I think it was going to be too niche, and it just continued to grow and grow and grow. And then all of a sudden, I'm finding myself in 100 countries and over 2,300 cities around the world. And people reaching out to me and telling me their stories from all over the world. And then last November, I had a lady call me up and ask me if I'd consider doing something on April, which is Autism Awareness Month, for autism and the legal system, and I did not know that there was an issue. And it turned out there's quite an issue, actually. So I decided that I would do that. And then in doing that, I got introduced to a lady that has an organization for mental health community, and asked me if I would do something for that in May, because May's Mental Health Awareness Month. So it took me 5 months to put together 61 straight episodes from April 1st to May 31st. And in that process, I learned so much more about mental health, ADHD, bipolar, anxiety, schizophrenia. And every story I heard, I said, man, this needs to be told. So I decided June 1st to expand and rebrand and call it instead of Why Not Me the World, Embracing Autism, I changed it to Why Not Me, Embracing Autism and Mental Health Worldwide. And now I give a platform for anybody that wants to come on that's under that mental health umbrella. And it's continued to grow. And now I'm close to 3 million downloads.
Wow, it's incredible. Actually, how your podcast I kind of found, and it sparked an interest. I'm curious have you heard of the telepathy tapes?
I have.
So have you listened to it?
I haven't had a chance to listen, no.
Okay, so I found it maybe last year and listened to it, and it sort of blew my mind. I don't know what it necessarily even sparked me to listen to it. A friend shared it with me. It's certainly one of those things where people are sharing it, and that's how it's caught on. And actually, it's full on blown up. She's a documentary filmmaker who made it. But I listened to the telepathy tapes, and why I was so inspired, encouraged, also saddened by it, but all the emotions, Tony, is because it's out there, and I don't necessarily need to go deep into that podcast, because they're talking about how children or nonverbal children with autism are connecting on a whole different level, perhaps telepathically. And if you think about it, people can instantly hear that and be like, "Oh, that's woo, that's crazy." But if you think about it, if you lose your eyesight, your hearing is they say is super enhanced, or vice versa. When you lose any sort of one sense, the others are enhanced. So this would make sense if you're nonverbal, that you would have to find other ways to communicate. It makes sense. But what stood out to me, Tony, is all these people who have been silenced, whether it's the scientists, the doctors, the teachers that have worked with these children from autism, that have felt like they couldn't speak up because something felt maybe too out there, but they saw things that were happening that was a common thread throughout all these autistic children and humans in general. And now people are just being more vocal and speaking up, which is something you're doing as well in your podcast. So my question to you through all that is, what has been the most intriguing, interesting, or thing that blew your mind that you've learned about both autism, but just people with them, that sort of the commonality and this connection piece? Because it's a good reminder, we are all humans, we are all in this together, and we have to support each other, every single one of us. So what's the biggest thing you've learned, or that sort of kind of blew your mind throughout this journey where you've dug into autism?
Well, it's amazing, actually, because when I first started this, like I said, I knew absolutely nothing about autism. I had a friend of mine that had an autistic nephew, but he never talked about it. The more I talked with people that had an autistic child, or they found out they was autistic later in life, was the ways they find that we don't think about to survive. Because, like you said, there's a lot of kids that are nonverbal, but they find ways to communicate. They've got iPads now. They've got all these different things. But just the resiliency. I mean, I had one guy come on that he said that his son normally had, like, when he would have a meltdown, it would last 20, 30 minutes, and then it'd be over. And then one day he had the ultimate meltdown. It lasted 4 hours, and it looked like a tornado had gone through his house. And the one thing that I find within the autistic community is unemployment is high, but these people are just as smart as you and I, or smarter than you and I lots of times.
Yeah.
They have ways of doing things. It's just the way that they find to move forward no matter what happens. The family finds a way to make it work. And they have challenges that you and I could never, ever begin to understand because we're not part of it. But the way they find their way through those challenges in order to take and survive and keep moving forward is very inspiring and very impressive. So there's not any one thing that I can say just stands out. It's the group as a whole that find a way that has this stigma attached to it. And stigma is nothing more. I try and change that word now when I talk with people and don't use the word stigma. I try and use the word perception, because we in the world of non-autistic people, we have a way that we look at things, and sometimes, and most always, we will look at things and we'll have our perception of what we think it is, and it is so far from reality of what it truly is. Yeah. So I think that's probably one of the biggest things that I've learned. And the beauty of it, the more I've learned, the more I look at things completely different than I ever did before I started this thing. Because when I first started this podcast, I was going like, do I want to do a podcast about autism?
I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you did, Tony. I'm just going to, before you even go any further, I'm so thrilled that you did. We'll get into that in a second why, but go on, please. Please.
Well, the reason why I asked that to myself was we look at ads on TV, we see St. Jude's, we see all these other things that kind of grab our hearts and pull our heartstrings. But the one thing that I thought about autism that wasn't happening is that autistic people and anyone dealing with any mental health issues, they look just like you and I do. You know, we look at them and we don't look at them like we would if we saw a child with no hair and going through chemo and all that. But they still have challenges that they have to deal with. But because they look, quote, normal, we don't let ourselves go there that they need the help. So I really believed that this story that people had to tell just needed to be heard. So I just went at it, and now it's grown, and it continues to grow.
I want to give people a sense of the breadth of Tony's work. And by the way, this is, I mean, if you only listen to the last 5 episodes, you will get a sense of the breadth of all of this. We actually go from a police officer who has become an advocate. By the way, Janet Hayes, whose work I'm very familiar with, we're down here in the New Orleans area. Her Healing Minds, NOLA Journey to Mental Health, to reform the mental health system over in the city of New Orleans. The discussion of the international impact of it with Danielle Terrell. And like I said, I can go on for a while here. There's a wonderful episode not too long ago in June with Melody, which was extraordinary. Like I said, it's not just the same story on a different day. This is an attempt to create a mosaic of neurodivergence and autism and to show the different challenges that people face, because unlike a child with cancer, which, by the way, is a devastating thing, there are certain patterns those events follow in regards to there are systems in place to deal with it. Each child, each adult that deals with this and the caretakers they have, or the need and the depth of their caretaking, each presents a unique problem. And so in many ways, Tony, it's almost like and for many people with autism, the world reinvents each time anew with each podcast you do, correct?
Yeah, you know, the beauty of this podcast is before I started it, I went on to several different sites and I looked at, and they have rankings of their autism podcasts and all that. And I listened to some of the top podcasts out there. And when I couldn't listen to all of them all the way through. And the reason why was because they were throwing out acronyms that I knew nothing about. They were throwing out all these medical situations and all these stoic, clean procedures that they do. And I'm going, this is scary. And I felt if I just found out that I have a child that's autistic, I listened to this podcast, I'm going to be more afraid than I've ever been, because I know nothing about autism and I know nothing about what my child is going through, and what they're talking about is very, very scary. So what I did with my podcast, I went from the level of knowing absolutely nothing and asking the questions that I wanted to know. So it's like, oh, you've got an autistic child. How did you find out? And then when you did find out, how did you feel? What was your next steps? I made it so that a person that knows absolutely nothing about autism could follow that podcast and what that person is saying and get some grasp of what their daily life looks like. And then I felt like if someone that just found out they have an autistic child, or they've known for a while they have an autistic child, listen to someone on what they do, maybe they do something a little bit different, than they go, I haven't thought about that. Maybe I'll try it. So it was about information, getting it across in such a way that anyone, no matter where they are in life, could understand it and follow it, and hopefully get a better understanding for what people go through.
I love that you said, asking the parents too, how did you feel about it? Because that, it's a whole family that's affected. Maybe that's the wrong word, but affected by this. And so, being able to check in with the parents, the other siblings, because that's another thing. I have a niece with special needs, and we have to check in with the older sister a lot because she, everyone's like, oh, the older one's okay. She's got it all together, so she's fine. But that's not always the case. Everybody wants to be seen and heard. So really, Tony, what I think it comes down to, and I realized this when our daughter's adopted. So when we were going through the adoption process, I had to go to all these panels. And what I started to realize is every story, every situation is completely different. Everybody has their own little, different pieces behind it. And so the storytelling piece and sharing your stories and experiences is so important, back to your word perspective. So, to shift here, or to really bring it full circle, I guess, because you've had a long, successful career in music in Nashville. How do you feel like your experience in music helped prepare you for the storytelling aspect of podcasting and sharing all these stories of people? Or were you able to kind of marry those worlds through that?
Well, actually, I truly believe that my music history helped expedite this whole thing, because over the last 30 years or so, I've been producing and working with a lot of stars and a lot of stars' kids and all that, and I've promoted these people all around the world. So the nice part about this is that when I decided to start this podcast, everybody automatically thought it was going to be a music podcast. And that was my plans at first, was, well, at some point I've got to do a music podcast, which I have done. I started a year ago. But now this podcast, to me, when I started about autism, I called all my friends and promoters and everybody I'd worked with in the country and in different countries around the world, and I said, hey, I'm going to start this podcast. I think it can be very impactful. I think it can help a lot of people. I think it can bring a lot of the things that people have as misconceptions about autism to light, and hopefully give a better understanding, because I feel that the biggest word that all these companies and corporations and charities have lack in their definition of autism is understanding. They have autism awareness, they have autism acceptance, but you can be aware of something and know that it's there. You can accept that it's there, but until you understand what is there, you don't really have a full grasp. So I felt that we needed to bring a better understanding all around the world, because the one thing that everybody in the world has in common is that everything is the same when it comes to autism or mental health or any type of thing like that. It's just different countries and how they approach it. But the things that they go through are very similar, no matter whether they're in London, England, or New York City. So I used every contact that I could to help promote what I was doing. So I wound up doing interviews all around the world at radio stations, BBC, print here in the U.S. and England, all over, to help promote this. And because I was in the music business, yes, it did help tremendously in me being able to get the word out there on what I was doing. And people, once they heard it and and heard a few of the episodes, started buying into what I was doing, and they said, "Yeah, how can we help?" And it's continued to grow ever since.
I just want to say something. Two things, Tony. The first of which I think you'll get, and our listeners need to spend the time over on Why Not Me to actually figure out if they feel the same way. Donna Buckley, Sheriff Donna Buckley, is a badass, first of all. I just want to kind of make that really clear. The second thing is, and I bring up Donna, but I bring up every single person you talk to. You talk about the idea of awareness. Listening is also really key here. And what I find is, despite that you are a man of very strong convictions and very passionate opinions, you really do allow the podcast to give these folks a platform, that you only intervene as an interviewer when it's time to go in another direction, or when the guest has kind of not exhausted the point but has brought the thing to a nice button. So much of what you do on this podcast is really giving these folks a platform while still being incredibly engaged. The active listening that you engage in, that's part of the process here, because being aware is being a listener, right?
Yeah. The ultimate compliment I got one time was a person told me that listening to my podcast, they felt like they was in a restaurant kind of eavesdropping to the conversation at the next table.
That's the best, by the way. We've actually had that happen. We've had podcasting guests on the show where I've actually stopped asking questions because I realized, oh, wait, I'm the one actually interviewing the guest right now. And there have been a couple of times with you talking where I looked at Lindsay and said, wait, I got to ask a question. I thought I was listening to the podcast again. But that really is the key. It's really creating that parasocial relationship with the listener of the podcast, and you have to almost kind of sit in their chair and listen for them and give them an opportunity to think about, what would the person at the next table want me to ask? Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I go from I continually say that it's the big unknown. It's the big black hole. People don't understand what's going on. So if they don't understand, how do we make them understand? How do we get them the information? The only way to get the information to the listener is to have them hear the answers to the questions that most people want to hear. So I try and make the flow go in such a way we tell their story, but they get the important part across on what people need to know when they're talking about someone that may be autistic, or someone that's going through anxiety or schizophrenia or whatever the topic may be. But you bring up Donna Buckley. I mean, she's great in what she does, and she's been in the last couple of months. But the interesting part about my podcast that I get from different people is the response. As you know, whether you're on radio or podcast, it's not an instant gratification. You're not going to have people calling you, "Oh, you are the best. You're the best." And one of the coolest things, you asked one of the things that I learned or something like this. One of the coolest things that ever happened to me in the last couple of years was either late November or early December. I had this lady send me a message on Instagram, and she was from Bulgaria. She says, "I have an autistic son. I moved to Yugoslavia. I moved back to Bulgaria. I moved to Prague. I moved back to Bulgaria. I moved to another couple of countries. I moved back to Bulgaria." Then I found out that Belgium actually was a better country for an autistic child. So I moved with my autistic son and my niece. We left our family. We moved to Belgium, and your podcast gave us the strength to do it.
Wow. And that's
it doesn't get better than that.
It doesn't, Tony. And that's the ripple effect when we know, I mean, you're doing something that lights you up. It's combining all your strengths. It gives you, it nurtures your passion, and then it gives you purpose. And as I keep saying, that's the holy grail here in the world. So just kudos, I want to say to you for doing not only what you love and being in Nashville long enough to be like, it's not just about me. I've been given these talents or these things you're interested in. Okay. I want to do a lightning round with you. A couple quick questions for you. If you're okay. You ready, Tony?
Sure.
Okay. As far as Nashville goes, most underrated Nashville venue to catch live music?
Oh,
Or
wow.
do you go hear live music anymore? Because I haven't been, and I'm trying to get inspired. I asked because I'm trying to get inspired to get back out and hear live music.
You know, I don't go to Nashville unless I absolutely have to because
Same.
of the traffic and everybody's moved in so much. I mean, I do, but it's like there are so many places out there that are really good. I would just, there's so many people go down on Broadway, but I would, you can go out into like 42nd, 43rd Street, and there's some places out there that have music and everything. That's the great thing about Nashville. No matter where you go, you're going to hear some music. It's just whether you want to go into the hustle and bustle or if you want to go out and just be on the fringe a little bit and do it that way. So I can't really say that there's any one that sticks out because there's just so many that does it.
Well, I'll meet you on the fringe because I hear you. The idea of going down to Broadway makes me want to pull my toenails out. Okay. So one song that you wish you would have produced or written.
Oh, man. One song. There are just so many. I think I would just pick Bobby Braddock is a friend of mine, and he's written so many prolific songs. Just pick one. I mean, he's just done so many. I mean, from He Stopped Loving Her Today to the what's that one what he did with Toby Keith? I mean, any one of those are just awesome songs, and I would have just loved to have any one of those.
Yep. Well, that tells me all I need to know about your. I mean, Braddock is a legend. So, okay. Let's see. A go-to snack or drink or something you have when in songwriting mode or when producing, when you're in studio working mode.
My go-to drink is kind of bland. I just find some flavor, sugar-free flavorings that either have stevia or whatever, and drop it in water, and that's what I do.
That's not bad.
I have
That's
a
not
problem
bad.
with that.
Boring.
No, it's not. It's good.
Allows you to stay hydrated and focused, by the way. Guys, you
He
got to...
probably had a different answer 30 years ago, if I had to guess, as do we all.
No, actually, I've been that way pretty much my whole life.
By the way,
Been bored my whole life.
30 years ago, I would have been having an iced coffee just as well, Tony. 31 years ago, it might have been a different story. WhyNotMe.world is where you should go. TonyMantor.com is where you should go. You can find him on the Book of Face at Tony Mantor and on the Gram of Instant at Tony Mantor, where Lindsay and him started a really great friendship. I am glad we can continue it today, you and I. Tony, it is so good to have you back. There is so much more to talk about in regards to this project. It sounds like a passion, both in the listening to it on the podcast and the talking to you about it now. Remind me to talk to you about the DA of New Orleans and how a relationship between my brother and him over autism changed both their lives. Okay?
Yes, absolutely. They need to come on my podcast and talk about it.
Oh,
Love that idea.
I will take care of that for you. Tony Mantor, by the way, friend of the show and a continuing great conversation. Thank you, Mr. T.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes. Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Guys, we're going to come back on the other side of this break. By the way, phone lines will be open. And Lindsay, I want to tell you something. People are talking bad about us.
Yay! That's how you know it's working.
It is. I mean, it's totally working, dude. It involved a late night phone call last night. I got to tell you, a friend of the show called me and said, "You're not going to believe who's talking about you."
If they're not talking about you, they're not talking about you.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Thank y'all for riding with us. So let's get back on the Road Gang Radio live from NOLA and Nashville. Here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
I looked over and you were gone there for a second, Lindsay. You simply.
I was done. I'm done. That's the beauty of not being there in studio with y'all. I can be like, you can't make me come back. I'm done.
I'm done. I actually watched. I realized you just literally stepped off screen for a second to, or what does I say? Readjust yourself. By the way, keep on hitting that like button. Keep on hitting that like button. We got a whole bunch of likes. We're getting more and more people kind of joining the crew. I got to tell you guys, I've been kind of talking about this a little bit over the course of the show. If they're not talking about you, they're not talking about you. Lindsay, holy moly.
Hold that thought, Dre.
Well, no. Well, I'm about to say, we'll take this caller, and we've been waiting for him. I'll make an announcement. We'll talk later. Do what you're going to do, Jimmy. Come back to me in a second.
I just want to make a comment here. So I get a call from a real good friend of the show. Actually, not a call. I'm not going to say who it was. I'm not going to put them on the spot.
What does it start with? What does it rhyme with?
What's his favorite color?
Yeah, exactly.
What's his phone number?
It was a call from the Mountain Zone. That person was in attendance someplace in the Mountain Zone.
Okay.
It was a little bit earlier. Said, will you be awake for a little bit because you're not going to believe who is on the phone talking a blue streak about you.
Love it.
And I've tried to stop them. I've given them fair warning, and they continue to go on. And I have to tell you, Lindsay, delighted. Chef Marty, by the way, might hit the ceiling when he finds out one of the things this person said, that he's been instructed by his big platform to go after us next Wednesday and talk about the dried out mac and cheese. Said that he'd been given orders by his big platform. They didn't give him big orders to do that. They did not give him big orders to do that. No legal team, no production company would ever allow you to do this kind of thing. But he said he's going to go after us next week.
I can't wait.
I am so over the moon delighted.
Do we have a date? Is it is his promo that he's going to attack you or us?
Well, he is going to take a shot at us on July the 23rd because he can't understand why we're having a big party. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't understand anything. And the best part is, this is the equivalent. Hey, man, there's a moment, it's really interesting. You'll see college players do it. Now, Skeezy Joe Burrow, when he got to the NFL, Lindsay, he was 24 years old, and he was ready for it. Does that make any sense? He was ready. Yep. He was good to go. But there are people who go to the NFL or the NBA where, they're 20 years old, and they think they're all that, and think they're God's gift to Almighty. And then Dr. J literally soars above their head, slams the ball home, puts them on the parquet, looks down at them and says, hey, man, welcome to the NBA. Welcome to the NFL. And some people get exactly what they think they're going to get. And, man, they suddenly realize they're not happy with where they are. And it ain't fun. And the rules have changed. And it was just so much fun to know that we live so rent-free in somebody's head that they literally are going to attack Chef Marty's recipe next week on Wednesday. So we should all look for something like that. I just wanted to point that out. If they're not talking about you, Lindsay, they're not talking about you.
I love it. Take it as a compliment.
Oh, my God. I was over the moon. I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe this. I can't believe my luck. I often pick very, very formidable enemies, Lindsay. And it's okay to pick formidable enemies. They make you better. They actually up your game, as it were. You want fierce, qualified rivals. It's why actually trucking companies do what they call best practices. You want everybody to be great, so when you win, you're the greatest among the great. But sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes amateur hour shows up and shows itself for what it's worth.
Well, amateur hour is the right word because if anybody, it's so little to talk crap about people, especially on your platform. So I feel like we're already wasting too much energy on him. CG.
I'm just kind of putting that out there. I was delighted, by the way. And actually, I'm delighted because it means people are talking. It means
#CG.
People are talking. People are listening. People are having a grand old time. It's a high-flying time. And forever in peace, may we wave, guys. Welcome.
You know what we should do? We should give that guy grace.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a great line from Citizen Kane. He says that Mr. Thatcher is one of our most loyal readers. He knows what's wrong with every single edition of the Inquirer. Like I said, always happy to have anybody increase our numbers and increase our presence. Always happy to do that. Always happy when our friends succeed and call attention to us as well. We're rooting for everybody.
Increasing our numbers, we hit that 1,000 mark of subscribers and then some on YouTube. So that's exciting. Let the money start pouring in.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Let the bodies hit the floor. And phones blowing up, YouTube blowing up. Who's on the phone right now, Phone Master Dre?
Well, this is someone that deserves grace, but at the same time, good energy because he called Jimmy. He called 4 years later, 10 ring.
Hey, man, what's going on? How's the good fella? How you doing?
4 years later, what are you talking about?
I've been calling you. I've been sending you carrier pigeons. I told your kids to tell you I called.
Anymore.
Yeah, I don't know who you're sending them to, but I ain't got nary a one.
Well, it shows how much you listen to the show these days.
Come on, man. We've been throwing your name out there. You were like a cool dude, and we're thrilled to have you back. Welcome back, brother.
I didn't go nowhere, but yeah, I just I'm listening. I'm trying to wait when to call, and I got to wait between guests, and then I'm picking up or delivering or whatever, and life gets in the way.
I was about to say, it sounds like your life's getting in the way of our show.
What are you, a truck driver?
I know.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, right. You know.
Well, and you've got a big week this week, sounds like, as we're talking over on the YouTube chat. You've got something very exciting happening for you. Is that this week? This Wednesday?
It's next Wednesday, dude. It's
next
the same
Wednesday.
time as our party, and we didn't get the information until after we did all the scheduling. So I'm like, what in the sweet mother of
never
pearl
got
is
it
going
at all.
on?
I
I'm
didn't
like,
know.
I didn't learn that until like a day and a half ago when Dave said
It's Wednesday the 23rd at lunchtime, and and I asked several times if they were going to get in touch with you, Lindsay, because you and I talked and you wanted to be there, and so I had asked them several times to get in touch with you, and there was a personnel change there. The person that was head of marketing that was doing all this is no longer there.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a little bit of a corporate crutch to be like, oh, sorry, we like when they forget, It's like, oh, I'm not slamming anybody here, but I'm saying in general, it's like, oh, there was a personnel change. That's the easy.
It does happen, though.
You can't blame anybody. It's just personnel change. Nobody's at fault. Personnel change.
Well,
sounds like I got lost in the shuffle.
And I would agree with you, but she sent emails to the three of us, or she sent a email to the three of us, Jay Hosty and Daryl Toll and myself, and said that, and told us about the personnel change.
Gotcha. Okay. So what we're talking about is the Citizen Driver Program that you and Jay Hosty and who's the third citizen driver?
Daryl Toll,
right. Which all three amazing humans, amazing truck drivers, the Citizen Driver Program. If you don't know of it, anybody listening, T.A. Petro puts this on. I will go down swinging. It's my hill to die on, saying this is the best image program in the trucking industry. By far, they do such a good job. It is how cool that a truck driver gets recognized by naming a truck stop after them. They get to pick any truck stop in the country, one that they spend their time at, and then it is forever called the Craig Daniels. Is it going to be called Craig Daniels or Tin Ring?
Craig Daniels.
Yeah, okay.
Outstanding, by the way. Outstanding.
And the thing about it is, I'm not dead.
I'm so happy about that.
When do you get something named after you and you're not dead?
That's pretty good.
And they're not putting you out to pasture either, because the only times you ever get anything like this, either one, you're dead, or two, it's like, we're going to name the building after you, now get out of it. This is kind of really cool. This is really cool.
You're dead or dying. Yeah. We're all one of those, by the way.
and this is all getting, it's all very surreal, because it's like when she called me back in January, okay, I knew at the beginning of January that I was one of the winners. And I had to keep my stinking mouth shut, and you people know me, and I had to keep my stinking mouth shut about the whole cotton picking thing until the end of March. And then being at Matt's and knowing what was coming up, I mean, Amber knew about it, and, and Tim Ashoff knew about it, obviously. But that was basically, the first person I wanted to call was Candy Bass when I found out.
Shout out to Candy.
But, I couldn't call her. And, I mean, she knows because she's been through it too. But, and I wanted to let, John Osborne and, and so many of my friends that I know, I wanted to let them know, but I couldn't. And so it was getting very surreal right there in Matt's where the announcement was going to be made. And now here it is a week out, and it's starting to hit, because I'm picking up my load right now that's going to take me to Cheyenne, picking up a load of ice cream that's going to take me to Cheyenne, to go there for it, because I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there for probably 2 or 3 days, and then come back out. But, it's all getting very surreal, and that's pretty much all I can say is, the invitations went out. Jimmy, I don't have your email, and Lindsay, I don't have your email, but I made sure Dave and Tim Ridley got one.
He forwarded it to us, by the way. The moment Dave got something, when Dave actually got something, he forwarded it to me. That was the moment when I was just about a couple of days ago. Dave is Dave on email, and I got that email about 2 days ago. They'll let me know what the event was. He actually got something from T.A. Petro that he sent to me. So there's that.
Tin Ring, we're very excited for you. You're beyond deserving of the Citizen Driver Award. I'm sorry, we will miss you, but you know what we will do? We will toast you. We will cheers you from the Degas House at our event. I promise you, we'll be thinking about you that day.
We'll make a video for you. We'll make a video. I'm not kidding.
Well, Lindsay, just fire up the private jet, and like I said, or borrow Kid Rocks and come on out.
I'll give him a call. I could probably make both happen.
I've been dying to do this.
Bring him too.
I've been dying to do this. Merry Christmas, you old building and loan.
Merry Christmas.
Our good friend Ten Ring, Citizen Driver, actually Universal Driver. Matter of fact, they're talking about Ten Ring over in Zebulon 5, as a matter of fact. They know his worth over there, too, and those guys are really picky. Always good to hear from him as well. How long have you known Ten Ring, Lindsay?
Oh, gosh. Long time. I don't know how to answer that, but a long time. Probably almost as long as I've been doing the trucking thing, which is 16 years.
Yeah, oh my God, I've known him from the beginning too. He actually, when we were one of my first mats, we did it from a hotel room, and he dropped by to do the interview.
We did it from a hotel room. Sorry, it just felt like an R&B sexy groove.
A little Barry White going on there. Come on, baby, let's do a little bit of hotel groove. He came over and he got a chance to kind of watch us do the show for about an hour, and we struck up a friendship. And from that point on, I've known him really well. That's one of my favorite things to do, by the way. You asked if Marshall is coming to the party, by the way. Our good friend Marshall, cigar smoking, tough talking, and
he said he's trying.
Well, he said he's trying. He's got a reservation at the Degas House. He's going to rent a car and drive down from Huntsville. By the way, he's got a reservation at the Degas House. It's done. I think when he says he's trying, he said he's doing my best. He said, I think it's one of them. I'm doing my best.
Where am I staying, by the way? Don't say it on air. Never mind.
Yeah, close. Close.
Okay.
Close and nice. Close and nice.
The futon's getting delivered.
No,
Yeah.
In the back room, by the way, my sister. In the back
Hey,
room.
well, in the back room while being tattooed.
Oh, let's talk about that for a second, too, because Madison actually has the headsets on, and this is really kind of a fun thing we can talk about. Madison is here. She's not listening to the show. Are you listening to the show?
Why would she listen to this show?
Oh, well, because she's editing videos. This is really cool. Lindsay wants to get a tattoo from you, but she also wants to film getting a tattoo from you. What do you think about that?
Or do it on the air.
Or do it on the air.
I could be interviewing a guest while she's tattooing me.
Yes.
Whew.
Interviewing a guest.
Interviewing a guest while you're
Is
being
your
tattooed.
tattoo situation mobile, Madison?
Can you mobilize the tattoo, Madison? Is that possible? Is it possible? Like do it here?
Come over
Is
here,
it
girl.
possible? We're gonna put
I
her
mean,
on.
not if that makes it any sort of unsanitary. I'm sure my parents are listening right now. Like, please stop getting tattoos. But you can't hear me, can you?
Yes, she can.
hear you.
Now she
Oh, you
can.
Is your tattoo situation mobile?
No, I work out of a shop.
Can you bring the shop there?
No, but the shop is quite literally a minute around the corner.
If we can get
beautiful.
if we can get the Comrex working though, Lindsay, we can bring it over there and do the broadcast from the shop.
Yeah, my boss is super cool. He actually wants to come on the show. He's expressed that to me multiple times.
Yeah,
Well,
let's do it.
If he gives Lindsay a free tattoo while you still get paid,
How does that
And
work?
not
That means
by-
he has to pay her.
and not by us.
No,
then-
I will pay for my tattoo. Listen, you get what you pay for. I'm paying for my tattoo. Everybody calm down. But I would love to have him on. Would love to talk about it. I have my Pinterest board going now, Madison. I'm in. I don't know if you're available next week, but I'm in.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
As a matter of fact, if anybody wants a tattoo and would like to book Madison for next week, she'd actually be delighted because you get paid for every tattoo you do, right?
I do get paid, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
How
that's
many
it.
tattoos would you say you've done?
It's like total?
Yeah.
I make a year. I've been doing this in October, so probably we're nearing 100, I'd say.
She's got the licks. She's got it down
Okay.
now, Lindsay. Actually, you're not walking into an experimental situation. By the way,
No, I've graduated to full-blown artist.
Yeah.
So
I'm
let me-
out of my apprenticeship.
So let me ask you this, Madison, because there's a big difference between the two worlds of being an artist and a tattoo artist. They're two separate things, but you do both. Some people just tattoo and they get the art. They don't maybe have the creative side, but they have the very pinpointed technique of it.
Yes.
You have both. So what is there one you lean on more? Kind of like how do you balance the two? And like chicken before the egg. Would you prefer that you get art from someone, or do you want to have? Because I would love. Sorry, and then you can answer the question. But for me, I love to be like, here's what I'm thinking, but I never want to take away from an artist's spin on things.
No,
I
yeah.
want you to have creativity without taking away from who I am too. How do you kind of balance those worlds or marry that?
Yeah, that's what I like to do. I like when people give me prompts and then like I draw it up and I'm like, so basically I'll need like a prompt and like some reference images and then I'll draw something up for you and I'll show it to you and then we can make changes from there. But that is like a common issue in the tattooing industry actually, is because that a lot of people aren't actually tattoo artists. They're tracers,
They're
'cause
replicators.
They're replicators, right? And so it's like this huge thing is like you really need to do research on your artists before you go to them, because a lot of, especially with the advancements in technology and like being able to use your iPad, you don't really need to be able to draw to necessarily tattoo because you're tracing a stencil, but it all originates with the design. And so there's often that issue where somebody will come in and they're like, I want this, this, and this, and the artist doesn't know how to draw. And so like, or if the stencil disappears on the skin, and it's like, there's all kinds of things where you have to have that like inherent artistic ability to be able to execute a tattoo.
To fill in the gaps, you have to mind the gap while you're doing it, because if something goes wrong, all you have left to rely on is that talent, correct?
Right. And that's happened to me multiple times, because like as you're learning the technique, because it's just a different medium. Like art across the board, it's just different mediums, whether I'm painting or writing or dancing or making films or tattooing. It's just learning how to use that specific tool. And with tattooing, when I was learning, there have been times where my stencil, like if you wipe it too much in the beginning, it completely disappears and you no longer have a map. And so you are like freehand drawing on somebody's body. And so you have to be able to have that eye and that precision and like that capability to just do it, because somebody sitting in the chair, you can't just be like, oh, sorry, the stencil's gone. I can't finish it. Like, that's just not an option. So
it's also interesting to me that you're talking about like the technology that we have now, whether that be with the iPad or being able to, because you don't, you're a younger generation, so you never worked in the tattoo industry in the quote unquote olden days.
Oh yeah, but my boss has been tattooing for over 50 years, and he busts my, can I say balls?
Sure.
Yeah,
he
sure.
just did. He busts my balls because he grew up traditionally tattooing. Like he hand draws all of his stencils. He like sketches on site and all of that stuff. And like you said, I'm younger, so I learned on an iPad. I learned with a stencil machine, and so having to undo all of that and adjust to how he wants me to learn has been a learning curve, but I appreciate it,
Yeah, it's like the perfect balance that you, that's why, and I didn't mean you being younger as a negative, I actually mean it as a positive, especially as your mentor is so seasoned and has been doing this 50 years. So I think that's the beauty. I talk about that in songwriting as well, when these quote unquote older guys who have been writing forever and never used technology, they got in a room and they had a pencil. And they didn't even have a phone back. They had literally a pencil in their brain and their own creativity, which is what it sounds like your boss does. And so the minute where you have the dance, where the experienced veteran also can share his wisdom with you, but also embrace what you bring to the table. That's what I feel like around here on RadioNemo as well. We have so many different decades of people. We have people from their 20s to their 70s who work with us, and so it's different inputs, and it's that balance and that dance. So all right, you just that was me interviewing you to be my New Orleans tattoo artist, and
totally
I say yay.
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 What's the last tattoo you did?
The last one I did was actually on my little sister. She got, I can pull up a photo of it and show you, but she got my grandparents' handwriting and a sun, and it says, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine."
You make me happy when skies are gray.
Yeah,
You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take this sunshine away. Jimmy Davis. Speaking of musical heroes, how about Bob Wills? Marshall Platter suggests, how about a tattoo that has Texas in it, or our hero Bob Wills?
That's my problem, is that yes, there's stuff I want in Texas, there's stuff I want for Freya, there's a third. I've got
Well, girl,
there's
I ain't going
a deer
anywhere.
wearing a headdress. I'm like, which do I get first, Dre?
Well, I'll tell you something though. We're both Cajuns, so she's doing some boudin on me.
Yeah, I drew up a concept for him. It says, "Don't boudin, eat boudin," and it's like a boudin.
I understand.
You're doing that on your body?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Cajun, damn it.
By the way, I'd love to get you guys in the chat telling us what kind of tattoo you would get next, or what your first tattoo would look like. I have a weight destination that I've said when I reach, and I've really been screwing around, guys. I gotta get up and truck down. By the way, go to truckdown.com. You should go over there. 50 states, 8 out of 10 provinces. You get the idea. They've been doing it since 1997. You're listening to Road Gang Radio. I am the co-host Jimmy Mack, and the other co-host is in Franklin, Tennessee. I'm at the Fastport Studios, and Lindsay Lawler is in down home Franklin, having a pretty good time here. We got a good show tomorrow as well. Working on possibly filling out one more guest slot as well. Working on it, Lindsay. But tomorrow, let me kind of go through this really quickly. Dat Guy is going to be joining us. Our good friend Dean Croak is going to be here talking about produce season. If you get a chance, you guys should listen to his 10 minutes or so on Nemo Nation. He says something very courageous. He is trying to stop people from falling for the bad vibe, which they think are good vibes, of the 4th of July spike being somehow a turn in the market. He doesn't think that's it at all. One of our longest running segments, Canada Calling, Into the Arms of America, as Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park arrive on the scene to give us the news from the Great White North. Washington Trucking Week, I'm going to bet that it's probably Colin Long, but if it's not, George O'Connor will send us somebody. And then, Lindsay, have you started watching this movie yet?
I have.
What do you think of My Name is Nobody?
I think it's absurd.
In a good way or a bad way or a both way?
Both. I have comments on both sides about it, but that's always the party line. I'm trying to not take these Westerns too seriously, because they're obviously so out of, you couldn't make the kind of things today that you did then, but while also having a genuine opinion about how ridiculous they are. I'm towing the line.
I will tell you this, by the way. This is the thing I would ask you to. Here's my follow-up question. And we're talking about, of course, My Name is Nobody, the 1973 comedy spaghetti western starring Terrence Hill and Henry Fonda. And the real reason we do the segment, by the way, is so we can hang out with Megan Kate Nelson. Let's be really honest. That's the absolute truth. Her book is in the works. We can't wait for that to come out. You can go to Megan Kate Nelson, find out that kind of stuff. The big question I have for you, having watched this nonsense spill out over the course of the screen, do you think our listeners will like it?
I think some of them will. I think some of them won't. I think it depends on a lot of things around that. It's fun to talk about. Well, I want to try tomorrow though. I want to, as we dive into, I want to talk about some of the themes around it and do less of a like break the movie down, because I still want people to watch it, and more of a like your philosophy, Megan Kate's philosophy, my philosophy behind what was happening with that specific movie. I really also want to talk to Megan tomorrow, from her, since she is in the book. Her new book will be coming out next year, I believe. Talk about the writing process. She'd be a great guest on We Should Write as well, to talk about.
Why do you think I kept these people around, Lindsay?
I know,
Peter Stark, Matthew Holbert. I mean, come on, Megan Kate Nelson. People who write about tough dudes and tough dudettes in the West.
But it's such they'll be so cool to have those guests on the show We Should Write, because it's such a different form of writing, obviously, than songwriting, writing for 3.5 minutes versus an entire novel. But especially and we've talked with oh gosh, I'm blanking on the Gray Man series.
Mark Graney.
We've talked with Mark Graney about this, about dropping yourself into environments, whether it's that cabin in the woods, or like when he was on the phone with us last time, he was in a hotel room in DC looking over a balcony where a scene from his book takes place. But it's such a the atmosphere, like Megan Kate goes and drops herself into an environment that she's writing about out west or whatnot.
I mean, Peter just walks it.
Yeah, dude. We listened to Young Washington, Peter Stark's Audible book. We listened to it on Audible on our drive to and back from the Cape, Seamus
What did you
started
think? I mean, it's your opinion.
I had no idea George Washington was such a scoundrel, such a ladies' man.
Oh my God, it's terrific.
Who knew? It's such a, listening to that book talking about young Washington. I mean, it's, again, I say this probably almost exhaustingly to a fault, but the idea that it's the same thing my mom said in church the other day when they're talking about Paul. She's like, I realized he was just a man, just another human. I'm like, well, it's because he is. Or my mom said, it sounded like he was just a man. And I'm like, well, he was. Same with George Washington. He was just a man. Yes, also became our first frickin' president. But when you just hear him writing letters to a married woman, I'm like, hey ho, you're just human. It's just so fascinating to me. The book is great. The book is
oh my God,
wonderful.
And the calorie count on the horses is one of the things. I mean, when they start talking about he sets all that up about here's how many calories a horse needs to consume to actually stay alive and carry your stuff, and then you realize the horses aren't eating. Wait a minute. They're going to have to kill one of these horses eventually.
The horses aren't eating, but I am. Something is off. Something is off.
I mean, it's it's crazy, and that book is so good. It's a superhero origin story. It's Batman Begins, dude, because that's where he becomes George Washington. He comes out of that wilderness, and he's like, I got to be better than this.
Which is great, because I love how they refer to him throughout the whole book as Young Washington, not George Washington. They refer to him as Young Washington over and over, because he is becoming. We are still becoming here at Radio Nemo. It's Road Gang Radio. Phone Master Dre, Madison with the T. Thanks for keeping us on the air on the ones and the twos. Jimmy Mack, thanks for being my partner in crime in this nonsense that we call work. Thank you, Jesus. Until tomorrow, everybody get home safe. Jimmy, get out of there safe. You don't have a long way to go.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes people complain about the crime in this neighborhood. There is no crime in this neighborhood,
true.
by the way. I want to make this really clear. You should listen to Tony Mantor's podcast. It is deeply moving, and especially if you have anybody neurodivergent in your family, they cover all of those topics, both kinds, all kinds, and all the in-betweens. Andre, when you're ready to hit me with some music, please do so. Thank you, sir.
And The Last Revel, the album comes out July 18th. That's 2 days.
So good!
This is pure genius, guys. Check it out. Check yourself out. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. We'll talk to you tomorrow.